welfare of society and the just government of men and women, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have called to the performance of important trust in these islands. Father, let your blessing descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of these islands and of those whose interest you have committed to our charge. And this we beg in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all evermore. Amen. Please be seated. Item number 2 on our agenda is the confirmation of minutes of the 11th of May, 2022. Senator Michelle Simmons, Vice President, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam President,
Good afternoon.
fellow senators, and the listening audience. Madam President, I move that the minutes of the meeting of Wednesday, the 11th of May, 2022 be taken as read.
Is there any objection to that motion? No objection.
Madam President, I move that the minutes of Wednesday, the 11th of May, 2022 be confirmed.
Is there any objection to that motion? No objection. The minutes are confirmed. Thank you, Senator Michelle Simmons.
You're welcome.
Item number 3, messages.
No messages, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Sumner. Item number 4, reports of committees. There are none. Item number 5, announcements. We do have a couple of announcements, and that's in the name of Senator Owen Darrell, the Junior Minister for Tourism. Senator Darrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I hereby present for the information of the Senate the following items, which are referenced in the Interpretation Clause 2 of the public bill entitled Fairmont Southampton Hotel Act 2022, under the definition for the term hotel redevelopment. The Fairmont Southampton Property Site Plan, the Fairmont Southampton Renovation Scope of Work Summary, and a glossary of terms used in the Renovation Scope of Work Summary.
Thank you, Senator Darrell. Item number 6, notices of motion. There are none. Item number 7, petitions. There are none. Item number 8, statements. There are none. Item number 9, introduction of bills. There are none. Item number 10, the first reading of public bills. There are none. Item number 11, the first reading of private bills. There are none. Item number 12, question and question period. There are no questions at this time. And item number 13, the orders of the day. And the order of the day today is the second reading of the Fairmont Southampton Hotel Act 2022. And that is in the name of Senator Owen K. Darrell, the Junior Minister for Tourism. Senator Darrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move, Madam President, I move that the bill entitled the Fairmont Southampton Hotel Act 2022 be now read a second time.
Is there any objection to that motion? No objection.
Madam President, I am pleased to invite the Senate to take under consideration the bill entitled the Fairmont Southampton Hotel Act 2022. Madam President, this bill presents a unique opportunity for us as legislators to overtly participate in the economic recovery and the social renewal of Bermuda's needs, or that Bermuda needs. This bill is one which cements a commitment made to the people of Bermuda that we would revise tourism, create jobs, and do so through the redevelopment of this hotel. Madam President, I echoed the Minister of Tourism when this bill was tabled in the strong assertion that this is a matter of national importance. Madam President, as part of the recent debate on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 22-23, senators also took under consideration the 2021 National Economic Report. That report set out the state of Bermuda's economy in 2021. And in referencing to tourism, it said this: although there was significant upward movement from 2020, the year 2021 year-end statistics highlighted a stark decline in key metrics compared to 2019's baseline figures. Total leisure air visitors were down 71.2% compared to 2019. Total air capacity was down 59.1% compared to 2019. Total spend by air leisure visitors was down to 122.57 million, and that's 69.3% less than in 2019. And cruise arrivals were 97.6% down from 2019. Madam President, the impact of the pandemic on Bermuda's tourism has been harsh. But 2019 was not a year without challenges, and arguably signaled to Bermuda that key elements of our strategy were not working. The Bermuda Tourism Authority's 2019 Visitor Arrivals Report alluded to this, Madam President, and said in part, decreased air capacity contributed to more challenging landscape for Bermuda's tourism industry in 2019, resulting in a measured year-over-year performance compared to 2018's record-breaking results. Yet, despite reductions in some areas, the island's overall visitor tally proved to be the highest ever. Air arrivals were the second best in more than a decade, and increasing investment in our tourism sector moved the island strategically forward. Certain metrics fell due to recent barriers forecast by the BTA early last year. Bermuda experienced a 5% decline in air capacity in 2019, for example, pushing down leisure air arrivals by 6%. 2 airlines cut back flights from New York's critical John F. Kennedy's hub, and flight schedules from Boston were also reduced. As a direct result of lower volume, spending performance by travelers was relatively flat, with $419.3 million in leisure dollars, both from air and cruise visitors, injected into our economy, up 2% from 2018. Madam President, that 5% decline in air capacity from critical markets was the beginning of a challenge that we are yet to address. It tells us that prior to the pandemic, we had not successfully tackled seasonality, and that we were not doing the job required to fill planes. What was happening, however, was an increasing reliance on cruise arrivals. That same 2019 BTA report confirms that cruise passengers made up the largest share of arrivals. Madam President, the welcome presence of cruise ships and their passengers must be complemented by an air arriving leisure component that justifies the marketing spend and strategy of the BTA, and likewise stimulates the economy. Madam President, this bill is directly connected to the restoration and development of additional air service for Bermuda. The groundwork has been laid for the public understanding of the importance of redevelopment of the Fairmont Southampton Hotel and of its necessity of this bill. I would refer senators to a ministerial statement which was made in another place in February by the Honorable Premier, in which he said, Mr. Speaker, honorable members will be aware of the reductions in air service to Bermuda and the rationale publicly stated by our valued airline partners. Their message is clear, and we must heed it. We must address the seasonality of our tourism and renew a targeted strategy of air service development. Mr. Speaker, 2 essential elements are required to give us a fighting chance to address the airlift issues. In this regard, I would refer honorable members to the recent comments of the president of Skyport, who, reflecting on the announcement of the seasonal reductions in air service to Bermuda by JetBlue, said, in addition to streamlining border entry requirements, getting the Fairmont Southampton hotel property back online as soon as possible are absolutely critical to Bermuda recapturing the optimum number of air passengers and ultimately safeguarding our air service options. Madam President, I would invite honorable members to note the following. For the years 2016 to 2019, Fairmont Southampton guests represented 12% of Skyport's total passenger traffic. The hotel's employment was as high as 845 people, 77% of whom are Bermudian. And the hotel housed 28.5% of hotel guests arriving into Bermuda. Madam President, I can advise the Senate that whilst the government of Bermuda, represented by the Ministry of Finance and the owners of the hotel, have agreed to heads of terms, the negotiations on the precise terms of a final deal for execution are ongoing. Madam President, senators will now be familiar with the various numbers in the public domain which speak to the revenue represented by the provision of relief proposed under this bill. The number is north of $100 million over the 15 period of relief. I would, however, submit that when confronted with clear evidence of the importance of the hotel airlift and air service development, when reminded of the millions of dollars paid by the taxpayers of this island to Skyport because of lacking passenger numbers through the airport, when we know that hundreds of jobs can be created in the construction, redevelopment, design, fit-out stages, when we know that hospitality careers can be developed for Bermudians by this redevelopment, and when we know how many sectors of this economy stand to benefit from the commercial trade that comes from a fully functioning hotel, the economic impact of the open and occupied hotel far exceeds any amount of foregone revenue. Madam President, should the government not provide the tax relief as outlined in the bill and instead have the hotel remain closed, we could be faced with paying out millions of dollars in financial assistance to those workers who would otherwise be gainfully employed as a result of this redevelopment project. Madam President, this government is determined to provide dignified work and economic security for its people. Madam President, senators will now have the opportunity, would have had now the opportunity to review the provisions of the bill and have noted that the bill proposes to grant to the developer relief from customs duty, hotel occupancy tax, land tax, and the employer's portion of payroll tax for a portion of 15 years. The grant of relief is set out in terms identical to the Tourism Investment Act of 2017. And senators will note that the criteria that makes this applicable and qualification for relief respectively is set out in the terms and conditions of the grant. Additionally, Madam President, senators will note that the bill specifically imports the relevant provisions of the 2017 Act to provide the necessary oversight and safeguards that ordinarily apply to the grant of relief in this way. Madam President, the grant of concessions in support of the hotel development has been the response of governments to a financial marketplace that has become wary of investments in hospitality construction and development. These are incentives, Madam President, designed to provide a counterweight to the aggressive stance taken by lenders who are concerned at the risky or slow rate of return on their investment. Modern luxury or resort hotel development, certainly in the 21st century, must be supported by such incentives. It may assist senators to take note of how other jurisdictions approach this process. Firstly, Barbados Tourism Development Act in 2002 makes a variety of provisions for the grant of similar and more expensive relief for hotel development. And in the case of customs duty and investment tax credits, they are for a period of 15 years. The Bahamas Hotel Encouragement Act provides duty-free relief, duty-free entry of approved construction materials, furnishings, and fixtures for hotel development, as well as provides for exemption of real property tax for the first 20 years of operation of a hotel and resort. And then the third example would be the St. Lucia's Tourism and Investment Stimulus Act in 2014, which provides for the grant of concessions for a period of not more than 25 years. Madam President, I could continue to list the approaches of other jurisdictions, but these three regional tourist success stories are enough to paint the picture. What we must do now is examine their tourism performance. A snapshot of each shows the following for the 2019, the year against which many seek to make comparisons in measuring any tourism recovery. Barbados, 966,000 visitors. The Bahamas, 7.2 million visitors, of which 1.7 were air arrivals and 5.4 were cruise arrivals. St. Lucia, 1.2 million visitors. Bermuda, 242,000 visitors, of which only 191,417 were by air. Madam President, the importance of the grant of concessions, which fueled hotel development in these jurisdictions, is borne out by these numbers. But there is more to note, Madam President. While the parameters of this bill may not permit us to have a broad debate on marketing, relevance, and seasonality, we can look at the product, and in particular, hotel product. In Barbados, they have the Sandy Lane, the Fairmont Royal Pavilion, the Sandpiper, and more. In Bahamas, they have the Rosewood Bahama, the Four Seasons Ocean Club, and the iconic Atlantis. In St. Lucia, they have the Sugar Beach. They have the Jade Mountain Resorts. Madam President, as I mentioned, these properties, because they represent what we need more of. The St. Regis and the Lorraine have made tremendous additions to our hotel stock. And they have complemented the Rosewood Tuckers Point and the Fairmont Hamilton Princess. Madam President, let's not forget the Azura, a hidden gem of a property over on South Shore. Madam President, in these properties, we have a concentration of luxury hotels, but our product offering can and must expand to provide the choice that travelers demand and allow us to renew group business for Bermuda. Madam President, senators will be aware of the site of the Fairmont Southampton Hotel was the subject of a special development order in 2009. I am advised that the order remains valid and that the subject to its provisions to the owners are able to develop as it permits. I also understand, Madam President, that as part of the consultation process last year, certain entities met with the developers and were made privy of a conceptual rendering that varies from the development permitted in the 2009 SDO. Madam President, let me be clear, beyond a shadow of a doubt, on this particular point. Any development that proposes to go beyond the parameters of the 2009 SDO would be subject to the ordinary processes under the planning legislation. The bill before the Senate makes it clear that nothing in this bill should be taken to modify the requirements of the Development and Planning Act of 1974 with respect to obtaining any planning permissions necessary for the hotel redevelopment. That could not be plainer. Madam President, a residential component is fundamental to modern hotel development, and each of the local properties I cited earlier, such as residents, except with the Fairmont Hotel, Hamilton, has this as part of their attraction and the formula for their success. Madam President, senators will have noted that this bill has a commencement provision. Madam President, that means that the provisions of the bill will only be brought into operation once the government is satisfied that all necessary provisions and conditions under the agreed terms and related matters have been fulfilled. This is not a provision inserted by accident. It is deliberate. The government has spent many hours, days, weeks, months, hammering out an agreement that is designed to provide the maximum benefit for the people of Bermuda. That agreement will be honored, and this bill will support that agreement. Madam President, it has been suggested that this bill represent a rush job and that the prudence dictates that we should slow down. The question posed was, what's the rush? Madam President, the negotiations on this deal started in 2019 and agreed heads of terms were settled in 2022. That, Madam President, is not a rush job. This has been a painstaking process informed by an international array of advisors in which the principal purpose has been to achieve the best deal for the people of Bermuda. Madam President, any suggestion of not moving now on the redevelopment of this opportunity is quite simply reckless. There are some very clear indicators that support the government action. Capital markets and the availability of financing does not simply sit idly and wait for the perfect deal. Money will move, and it moves to where it can be put to work and start earning returns for investors. The pent-up demand for leisure and group travel ideally positions Bermuda to maximize its re-entry into this market with a hotel of this size with this refreshed product. The global supply chains has already impacted the cost of goods, materials, and services. And these costs, as we all know, are increasing almost daily. Add to this the interest rates and other economic factors that mitigate against delaying this project any longer. And finally, a delay would represent a denial of hope, a denial of opportunity. If we delay and allow this project to become a victim of those factors that I have just outlined, we would be responsible for denying the hundreds of Bermudians waiting for numerous opportunities presented by this project. Madam President, the time is now for this bill to be passed and for us as legislators to do our part to ensure that those opportunities indeed become an immediate reality. Madam President, Bermuda's National Tourism Plan aims to have tourism contribute to $1.2 billion to the island's GDP by 2025, requiring an average of 4.5% growth in leisure visitors per annum. Having essentially lost 2 years of that opportunity to achieve that growth, it is a definite challenge to meet that target. But the development of the Fairmont Southampton Hotel is the shot in the arm necessary to make a legitimate effort. Madam President, under the National Tourism Plan, that contribution to the island's GDP is to be achieved through advancing specific strategic pillars. There are 7 pillars, Madam President, and for the purpose of this debate, I will focus on 3 of them. Local investment, growing through our people. Teams and groups, growing through groups. And year-round, embracing all seasons. Madam President, the National Tourism Plan, although written in 2019, contains a call to action that is even more relevant today. It says in part, many young Bermudians currently don't see tourism as an appealing career, and many locals do not yet view tourism as vital to our economy. As the largest private sector employer in Bermuda and a proven growth engine, we need to change these perceptions and engage all residents in the tourism industry. It is imperative that all parts of the community believe in the importance of tourism and its ability to affect positive change for all residents. Madam President, the community outreach, that stimulus of interest in tourism careers, that engagement of Bermudians into the industry stands to be achieved with this project. The sheer quantity of jobs will be available because of this hotel's redevelopment will speak volumes to those individuals seeking to start their working life, retool after another career, or enter fresh into the industry determined to make their long-term employment choice. Madam President, across the spectrum of tourism stakeholders, there is an agreement that our growth has been stymied by the inability to effectively compete for group business. Within the pent-up demand for travel, post-pandemic is the meeting conference built business. The return of a block of rooms of this magnitude will position Bermuda for that opportunity. The Bermuda Tourism Authority is pursuing a sports tourism strategy that forms part of the strategic pillar of the National Tourism Plan, and the ability to add to that marketing effort with a clear group business strategy is key to tourism growth. Madam President, the National Tourism Plan describes the opportunity in this way. Bermuda will become known as an exclusive, convenient, and sought-after destination for specific groups, especially in the non-summer months. That, Madam President, leads to the final strategic pillar of the National Tourism Plan, which I've invited the attention of the Senate year-round, embracing all seasons. Madam President, the National Tourism Plan refers to the massive ebbs and flows encountered by tourism-related businesses and sets a goal by 2025 for Bermuda to offer an attractive value proposition for visitors to come any time of the year, and specifically indicates that success in this regard should be measured by more than 56% of our arrivals coming from the summer months. Madam President, the Minister has indicated that he will issue the challenge to the Bermuda Tourism Authority to capitalize on golf as the anchor, but to extend to art, fashion, and film, things which are not weather dependent and which will drive both group and leisure travel in those traditionally slower months. It is important to note that the owners of the Fairmont Southampton Hotel share this vision, and as part of the redevelopment will incorporate direct strategies to eliminate seasonality and ensure higher occupancies in these months of the year. Madam President, if we can eliminate seasonality, another benefit is that the industry becomes more attractive to Bermudians as a career choice, as they know that they are guaranteed employment for 12 months out of the year. This then feeds into the success of the pillar focused on local involvement and growing through our people. Madam President, this forward in the National Tourism Plan, the then Minister of Tourism and Transport, the Honorable Zane De Silva, said the following: constant change now becomes the norm, and as we all know, there can be significant inertia to change. However, we must overcome any impediments to innovation and embrace a new mindset of change that will elevate entrepreneurs and increase tourism attractiveness to our young people when they seek careers. The necessity for agility cannot be stressed enough. Madam President, if we fail to change, we end up standing still, continuing with the status quo. If we are standing still, we are actually falling behind our competitors. Madam President, I wish to address one more issue. Since the tabling of this bill, one of the sentiments that we have heard is that the Tourism Investment Act of 2017 only caters to rich overseas investors looking to develop hotels, and the government's doing nothing to assist the people of Bermuda in this area. Madam President, this can be further from the truth. The relief provided under the Tourism Investment Act 2017 is open to both overseas and local investors who wish to invest in the following: a new hotel, a refurbished hotel, a new restaurant, an existing restaurant, an attraction. Madam President, the Act defines an attraction as a site that residents and overseas visitors that has indefinable operation and management structure can be characterized as natural, historical, cultural, or man-made. There are specific criteria that must be met under each category to qualify this relief. Madam President, Mrs. Rhonda Wood-Smith of the Tourism Regulation and Policy Unit will gladly assist interested individuals with any questions to provide them with guidelines for the application process. Madam President, in the 2019 impact report conducted by PricewaterhouseCoopers Advisory Limited on behalf of the owners of the Fairmont Southampton Hotel, it was estimated that if this hotel was to close permanently, the loss of contribution to the GDP for the years 2022 to 2025 would be an accumulated $404.1 million, which is an average of $100 million loss in GDP per year. Madam President, if this hotel does not reopen, there will be no business to tax. If there is no business to tax, there is no tax revenue to collect. Madam President, the government will have more tax revenue, both direct and indirect, with this hotel open, and with this bill passing, than it will have without this hotel and without this bill. Without this hotel, there are no jobs during the redevelopment phase or after the reopening. There is no group business coming to the island. There is no enhancement of our tourism product. There is no improvement in our hotel bed capacity. There is no improvement in our attractiveness as a destination. Without this hotel, as said before, Madam President, we will fall further behind our competitors. Without this hotel, there is less work for the taxi operators. There is less business for our restaurants and our retail establishments. Madam President, as I commend this bill for the consideration of the Senate, I urge that we echo the unanimous support that it received in another place, where it passed without objection. This is the new mindset of change, and we must embrace it. We have a responsibility to channel and deliver hope for the people of Bermuda. We are on the cusp of that social renewal and economic recovery that this island so desperately needs. And might I say, Madam President, is counting on us to deliver. The vote we cast today is not just a vote to pass this bill. It is the affirmation that we are prepared to lead in these challenging times, defying our traditional reserve and resistance to change, and taking bold steps to create opportunities and success for the people of Bermuda. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Owen Darrell. Before I open the floor up to senators to speak, I would just like to welcome in the chamber Minister of Tourism, Minister Vance Campbell. Welcome, sir. Would any senator care to speak? Opposition first, Senator DeCuto. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Darrow, for that spirited support of the bill. You referred to bold steps. Certainly, we would all like a bold step, but there is a difference between stepping into the unknown versus taking a calculated risk where the downsides can be understood. And Senator Darrow also made a comment that this bill was identical to the 2017 Tourism Investment Act. But of course, we know that that is not the case, both in terms of details in the bill and the lengths of the concessions. But let me just state, I want to reaffirm, and I think everybody in this room agrees, that we all support that there should be a hotel built. We want to see a bustling, thriving tourism industry, part of our economic engine that provides opportunities for Bermudians, whether directly employed by the hotel or not. I personally believe, and I think many of you will agree with me, that Bermudians have a special energy and creativity, especially our newer generations who bring a new perspective, Madam President. Let's give them a chance to shine. Also, Madam President, I and my colleagues are keenly aware of the need for direct jobs. In fact, while canvassing in 2020, I sat with the family the day before the announcement of the closure of the hotel. The entire family worked at the Fairmont, Southampton. So I would suggest that any suggestions that we are not in support of the opening of this bill are frankly misplaced and very incorrect. Now, many people in Bermuda have had a personal connection to that hotel. I just want to reiterate that, we all understand how that can also create support for having this hotel open. And in fact, my father, although he didn't operate at the hotel, started in a cycle shop, ran a cycle shop, and then ran a cottage colony. So even those of us in the laptop class have connections to the benefits of the tourism industry. But I want to remind us all, Madam President, that we aren't here to debate whether or not there should be a hotel. I think we can take that as a given, what the benefits are. There are many benefits. So let's put that to the side, because the bill in front of us is not about that. The bill in front of us is about how much will this hotel cost us? What have we given away? What kind of deal has the government done for Bermuda? And frankly, I think some of you, and maybe you too, Madam President, would join me in being a little curious and a little unsure about exactly what is in there. There are too many questions, too much that is irregular about this whole process that makes it very hard for us to support the bill. Let me draw your attention to a comment that we just heard from our fellow senator. A residential component is fundamental to success of these developments. One of the biggest questions in my mind, and that is not adequately answered, is do the benefits in this bill, import duty breaks on construction materials, land tax breaks, do they accrue if the developer wants to build condos on the sites? And I'm not talking about should they build condos or should they not, Madam President. I'm not talking about will the SDO be approved or will it not. That's not the matter in front of us. The matter in front of us is, and this is my question that I hope that we can get some certainty on, if condos are built by this developer, will they receive 100% construction materials import duty relief? And will they receive the land tax relief set out in this bill? And my colleagues and I have tried to bring some adjustments to the bill that would help clarify that. And I do believe there may be a way that we may be able to bring that issue. And if there is a clear answer to this, I really welcome a point of information, but I will be waiting. But let me move on. Let me start with my main argument. The main argument is there must be a better deal from Bermuda than that provided to the developers by this bill. And how do we know this? After all, were we there in the room? Were we involved in the ins and outs? Do we have all the information? No, we do not. But the former finance minister, Curtis Dickinson, a professional in the area of finance, probably, and I'm looking around the room here, Madam President, so I might cast too wide a net, but probably has more experience and knowledge in the areas of finance and deal making than all of us, or at least if not all of us in this room.
Point of information, Madam President. I don't think that the senator is qualified to make that statement about what financial experience those of us in the room have. So I'd ask him to retract that comment, please, Madam President.
Senator Dekuto, do carry on.
I'll rephrase it because we all can come to our own decisions as to who we think is most qualified. And I think we all ought to take that into account. So let me get back to my argument. How do we know a better deal was available for Bermuda? The former finance minister told us so. In fact, he suggested specific things the government could have done to arrive at a better result for Bermudians. And because the government did not do that, he's resigned his position. And really, who are we to know better? How could we as an opposition possibly support this bill when the person most responsible, most intimately involved in its negotiations throughout the whole time thinks it's so bad that he resigned? So again, I will leave you, Madam President, and those of us listening to draw your own conclusions. Let me go on to another line of argument. We've heard quite a lot about, Madam President, how this developer really needs the 15-year concessions in there. But we know many other new hotels have opened or been refurbished without these benefits. And I draw your attention, Madam President, to the St. Regis, the Hamilton Princess, the Lorraine, the Azura, for example. None of these required such extensive concessions. And the information we've been provided, does not adequately justify this. Now, I know there's been an argument that because of COVID, it's more expensive for the developers. But I think we all know COVID's been tough on everybody. COVID's been especially tough on Bermudians with the least. Those laid off by the Fairmont Southampton, who were not paid redundancy, were especially hurt by COVID. Government had to step in. So in fact, you might say, Madam President, if this developer needed assistance because of COVID, they've already received ample assistance, but it's essentially an interest-free loan to the tune of $11 million. And now the government is telling us this developer needs more. Madam President, I'm sure the other hotels in Bermuda would have liked help like that during the COVID. But like many other businesses, and I'm thinking about the small businesses with a handful of employees, family businesses, they struggled to find ways to stay afloat and where they could take care of their employees, maybe give them short shifts or pay them a little something. So I don't feel it would have been out of line for the government to go back to the developers and say, you know, we had an agreement in 2019 and it was good for you then. Let's stick with that. After all, the hurt for COVID should be shared, not placed on those with the least. Let me move on to my next point. We learned last week at the information session provided by the government, Madam President, and I believe I saw you there, and I guess we should be grateful for that little bit of information we did receive, even though it was after the fact. This hotel has always made money. Let me repeat that. This hotel has always made money. So my question, why is the Bermuda government bending over backwards so much compared to the standard concessions that are provided in the 2017 Tourism Investment Act? I mean, I don't blame the developers. That's their job, to get the most that they can negotiate. But when I listened, Madam President, when I listened in that information session, I felt the government was negotiating against itself. It's not for the government to make the case of why the developers need more. It's for government to get the best deal for Bermuda. And remember, business people are business people. They recognize sometimes they don't always get the best possible deal they want. but mostly they're interested in getting a decent deal done. And again, I think we've heard that there probably was a decent deal that could have been done here. By the way, I did mention that in my view, this act would probably apply to give the condos benefits, but I have yet to hear a point of information on that, correcting my opinion, or let me rephrase, my understanding based on the limited information that we've been provided. So I would welcome such information. We also heard a lot about what other jurisdictions do. In the Bahamas, there's this. In TCI, there's that. And let me share a saying of my family. My wife, not my wife's family, my side, and she doesn't always like this one, but as we like to say, that's a matter for them. We in Bermuda need to do what's right for Bermudians. Now, I've been to the Bahamas. I actually went there on spring break many, many years ago. And I know sometimes in Bermuda, Madam President, we could be accused of being a little bit elitist with respect to the islands in the Caribbean. But what they have down there is you go over the bridge and you go to the hotel, the Atlantis, and it's completely separate from the rest of the island. Now, I didn't stay at the Atlantis. I stayed in a small cottage colony. It's surrounded by barbed wire. Everybody has security fences, signs for guard dogs. So, you know, I stayed in another hotel in Bahamas once. It had a hole in the wall in the room. So again, I don't mean to be arrogant as a Bermudian, but I think that we like to do a better job in Bermuda for ourselves, Madam President. Turks and Caicos. We know that Turks and Caicos was rife with corruption to the extent that the UK government had to step in. And again, institutions such as the Senate and the procedures and processes that we follow are the kinds of things that separate us from islands like that. Let me move on to Cayman. I was canvassing last weekend and I met one of my constituents, Madam President. He is Bermudian, of course, but primarily works in Cayman. And we talked about this. And I asked him, what's your insight? Very intelligent fellow. He says, you know, here in Bermuda and there in Cayman, everybody thinks the grass is greener on the other side. And in his view, they may have gone too far in Cayman in giving away parts of the island. Now that's interesting, Madam President, because I'm actually a supporter in general of attracting the appropriate investment for the island. But we know that a balance and attention must be maintained. And that's the government's role, to step up and represent for Bermudians. So that leads me back to, we have to do what's best for Bermuda and Bermudians. Now, I'm going to move on to a couple of points that I've heard. They aren't in the bill, but it's been part of the argument for the hotel. There's going to be a 10% profit share, and it's going to go into some kind of trust fund for Bermudians. And you know, that in and of itself is a good idea, but that's not in this bill. This bill doesn't promise that. This bill doesn't talk about that. And in fact, the most information I have about it is what you've just heard from me. So let me move on and remind us. We heard in the information session, this hotel has always made money. Further, the Premier essentially advocated that a Bermudian should want to invest in this hotel. As invest alongside these investors, never mind get the 10% profit share. Let me put it this way. If this is such a good deal for the owners of the hotel that they can afford to just give away 10% of the profit, why not give that to Bermuda up front? Pay the same taxes as the other hotels. That's all I'm saying. We've heard about the nation of owners, and I'm a big supporter of that. And I would say if government is serious about the nation of owners, Madam President, there are many ways, more specific and more effective ways that they could support that rather than trying to get them to invest alongside this hotel developer. By the way, if the proposed plan, actually what it would do, the Bermudian investment money would replace the GenCom money. In fact, it gives the developers even less risk, leaving Bermudians with the risk, more risk of the hotel. Speaking of risk, let's talk about the risk that the developers are taking in this project and the risk that Bermudians are taking. And what we would like to see is an equitable sharing of that risk. so that we have a shared interest, Madam President. We want the hotel open. We want it working well for Bermudians. We want the developers to be successful. But we have to have a shared risk. My calculations based on information that's been publicly available is that the concessions for the main hotel itself are worth about $120 million. And I believe there's a $75 million guarantee, Madam President. Let's call that $200 million, thereabouts. Now, some various bits of information that I've been able to gather, I understand the developer's equity, that's the amount of the developer's money at risk in this investment, is call it $75 to $100 million. I don't know exactly, but that's my educated estimate. And I know that there were some questions about who is to judge whose credentials. I do have a certificate in financial engineering from the MIT Sloan School of Business, so I think I bring.
Madam President, point of information. I was not challenging the credentials of the senator. He was making assertions about the qualifications and credentials of everyone else in this chamber. Just to remind him, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Darrow. That was a point of information. Senator DeCouto, you may carry on.
Thank you, Madam
Point of
President.
order.
No, well, the point is well taken. I'm speaking to my qualifications here as analyzing financial deals. Now, I'm not as qualified. I will tell you, I am not as qualified as the former Minister of Finance, Curtis Dickinson, who resigned because of this deal. But even I can see, and by the way, I work in risk assessment all day. I work in insurance. It's the business of taking risk and deciding who is paid enough for this risk. So I go back to my figures. The government, well, on behalf of the people of Bermuda, is taking on risk of around $200 million. The developer, call it up to 100. So again, by my workings, the people of Bermuda are taking on twice as much risk for this development as the investors. That doesn't seem right to me. I'd be willing to share the risk, but I can't get behind that ratio. There's further risk to Bermuda because we are led to believe, again, by those well-informed, that the St. Regis Hotel may have an agreement, a most favored nations agreement. And again, if that's incorrect, I would welcome a point of information to correct that, such that they will automatically get the benefits of any deal that's better than the deal that they have. So that would be something that we wouldn't even have ability to change. That would be locked in. So that's more income that Bermuda would be losing. Never mind all the other hotels that we're lining up. What do you think they'll be doing down at the Hamilton Princess? I can assure you, they'll be on speed dial to the minister who is with us in this chamber, Madam President. And then we'll have, hopefully we'll have upcoming developments, and they're only going to want as good as this development got. And you know, I think there's even more money at risk because I haven't heard to the contrary, and I'm actually still confused about if the condominiums that will be built will receive a break on the import duty of construction materials and if they will receive a land tax break. And I haven't calculated out that number, but I believe it's somewhere on the same magnitude as the numbers I've already said. So even doubling the amount that the government would be giving away. And I want to note, again, I don't want to get into whether or not condos should or should not be built, but I want to note that for the St. Regis Act, for condos that were built, I think they call them resort residences, for condos that were built in the St. Regis, they had to be made available to be used as hotel rooms 50% of the time. And that decision had to be made upfront before the contract of the buyer of the condo. So we would know as Bermuda, so you can build a condo, we'll give you a break, but it needs to act like a hotel room at least half the time. That's the kind of sharing that I'm talking about. This bill provides no such provisions. So again, I welcome a point of information to correct me.
Madam President, I can offer a point of information. I've been waiting, Madam President, to see if the Honorable Senator would arrive at this point, and I'm not sure if he ever will. This bill is not about condos. This bill is about extending concessions from 10 years to 15 years. That's it. Nothing else, nothing more. Asking questions about other things that this bill doesn't speak to, this is not what this bill is about. So, Madam President, so if the honorable member would be mindful of that, perhaps we can continue to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Peets. Carry on, Senator DeCouto.
Would I be able to get a clarification, Madam President, of the comment?
Minister Peets, do you accept point of clarification?
The Fairmont Southampton Act that we are debating today is extending concessions. And this is what this honorable chamber needs to be considering. It's whether or not we are minded in order to secure a deal so that we can have the benefit of a hotel and all the things that come along with it, both directly and ancillary, is predicated on the fact of making a decision of extending concessions from 10 years to 15 years. It's not about condos and whether or not they're going to be available for 50% of the time. This is not about a one-size-fits-all, which doesn't really make much sense. Things are completely different today as they will be perhaps next year or even a previous year. We have an opportunity today to actually do something and do something great, and we need to be about that particular conversation, Madam President.
Thank you, Minister Peets. Senator DeCouto, you carry on.
Thank you, Madam President, and I appreciate the senator's information. I would just put to the room and to yourself, Madam President, I personally don't feel it has answered my question because, of course, the condos and the STO were mentioned in the Junior Minister for Tourism statement about this act. So I guess I would have been hoping to have a statement that this act is not intended to provide tax breaks to any condominiums that may be built later. That would have been a statement that I could have understood more clearly. But let me complete my statement overall. I've given quite a few reasons why I believe this bill is a bad deal for Bermuda. And I feel like the government has not interacted with the rest of Bermuda in good faith. You know, me and my colleagues, and I think a lot of people in Bermuda and probably in this room have spent a long time agonizing over what is going on here. What is covered by this bill? What is not covered by this bill? How does this bill compare to other concessions? Are we against the bill because we're not paying attention or we're not thinking straight? And we've turned it over every which what way. And as I mentioned in the beginning, there's too many questions. And so for whose benefit was this bill negotiated or the concessions in this bill negotiated? Was it truly negotiated for the best long-term benefit of Bermudians? Or was it negotiated for short-term political gain? I don't know. I do want to conclude with a quote from a report, again, because other jurisdictions were brought up, and this came across my desk. It's from 2006, and it's from the UN Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. I'd be happy to provide it to those who are interested. Challenges to Caribbean tourism. And it talks about the kinds of incentive packages that are given in the region and that they're relatively standardized with little adaptation to take account of individual countries. But the bit that stood out to me, and I think it kind of sums up many of the concerns that we have in this bill. Because remember, we want this hotel to get done, but not at Bermuda's expense. The report says, there is evidence of a lack of uniformity and equity in the administering of the incentives. Generally, the regime is biased in favor of larger hotels and operators which can exercise more political influence. Smaller hotels and operators have long clamored for a harmonized incentive regime which will allow them, from this standpoint, to compete on the same footing as larger properties. So in conclusion, while we are 100% committed to making this bill work, and as you know, Madam President, we've brought several ideas to the room that we felt would arrive at a conclusion we could support that would allow this project to go forward. The specific giveaways in this bill are not ones that, certainly not ones that I can support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGuto. Senator John White, you indicated you wanted to speak, and therefore the floor is open to you.
Thank you, Madam President. I take a slightly different slant from those expressed just now by Senator Darrell or Senator DeGuto, or for that matter, a comment made by Minister Peets. So reviving tourism following the pandemic is obviously critical for Bermuda. The Fairmont Southampton is a landmark hotel, and its closure has had so many negative impacts on Bermuda. 700 to 800 residents of Bermuda, Bermudians and guest workers alike, were employed at the hotel. These are proud people serving their guests and putting food on the table for their families. The closure was devastating for many of them and their families. As Senator Darrell expressed, airlift to Bermuda has not recovered as we emerge from the pandemic, with 2 airlines setting the reopening of this hotel as a condition for increasing their airlifts to the island. Many tourists, including the important convention business, choose Bermuda because of the facility itself and the Fairmont brand that is so highly respected globally. What resident of Bermuda doesn't miss visiting the hotel for any number of reasons? Staycations, meals at their restaurants, shows in the amphitheater. I can say that as a resident of Southampton who lives close to the hotel, I used to just enjoy walking around and enjoying the vibe and activity in and around the hotel. My first thoughts when it was announced publicly that the hotel had an interested buyer was one of excitement. Finally, a fully open and functioning hotel. When the public was advised that legislation was forthcoming for the House and Senate to review, I was anxious to receive all the necessary documentation for myself and fellow colleagues to review. Madam President, being the CEO of a publicly traded company headquartered in Bermuda, I know what I need to gain the support of my board of directors who represent the owners of the company. In fact, I think there's a good argument to say that good governance and good business practices are no different or shouldn't be any different between the public sector and the private sector. A private sector board of directors represents its owners to do what's best for the company in the same way that members of parliament and senators are responsible for doing what is best for our country and our citizens. Madam President, last week, the Minister of Tourism very kindly reached out and met with the independent senators to address any questions and concerns that we may have. I thank Minister Campbell for doing just that. He was very helpful. At that meeting, being fully transparent with the minister, I expressed 100% support in principle for the reopening of the hotel for the reasons I have just cited. At the same time, I expressed concern at the lack of information and detail provided to senators by government. The bill itself, very brief as it was one piece of a much larger puzzle. Having heard the Premier advise at last week's town hall the government were either at the finish line or close to it, I asked the minister to see a copy of the letter of intent that surely must be available if we are that close to execution. The letter of intent, Madam President, sets out the details and terms and conditions that both parties are obligated to fulfill. This document is what I would absolutely need to understand the entire project and its component parts. I noted Minister Pete's comment about this bill is only about the consideration of extending benefits from 10 to 15 years, but in my view, it's a much bigger issue And that bill in its entirety requires our understanding of all the component parts, including but not limited to details and assumptions behind the tax concessions, including the hotel occupancy tax, customs duty, payroll tax, and land tax. The new full collective bargaining agreement between the government and the BIU, full details on the government's guarantee of 75 million, full details on financing by senior and junior debt holders, the amount and timing of the capital infusion by the new owners. Is there a fair and equitable balance between the benefits and the risk of Bermudians and the new owners? Despite this request, Madam President, for this information to be provided in advance of today, myself and fellow senators have received from government none of the requested information. Without it, I am in no position to be able to support this project, and in principle, I support 100%. The information provided to the senators was the following: the brief 4-page bill entitled the Fairmont Southampton Act 2022, the letter of intent between the buyer and government dated December 11th, 2019, which terminated on December 31st, 2020, and is out of date and irrelevant. The property site plan for the Fairmont Southampton dated January 8th, 2017. And the last item was certain sections of what we are told is the new bargaining agreement.
Point of order,
Government
Madam
and
President.
BIU.
Senator Darrow, what is your point of order?
I heard Senator White mention a letter of intent. There actually is no letter of intent. And the letter of intent that he is referring to, I believe, is an old letter of intent.
Senator Darrow, he did say that it was.
Okay.
He did
you.
indicate that it was, and it was, it had expired.
So my
So,
point
Madam
was-
President, my point of order
was,
is the
Senator
senator is
Darrell,
actually asking for something that does not exist.
And my point, thank you,
Senator John
Madam
White,
President,
continue.
was that if we are at the finish line or close to the finish line, there certainly must be a letter of intent or heads of agreement. We cannot be that close to executing an agreement without the terms and conditions by both parties in a written agreement. That was a document requested to be seen, and that document has not been provided to the senators. So, Madam President, this is hardly the breadth of information and documentation requirements for myself as a senator required to advise Bermudians that this deal, whatever the deal is in the best interest of Bermuda. My request for the information that I requested from government was essentially denied. This is, as I read in the local newspaper,
Point of information, Madam President.
376
The information that the senator would have requested is actually proprietary information and would actually be in the possession of the developers. And so if the developers were in a position to share that information, then that would be their information to share.
Thank you for the information. Senator Ariana Hudson,
This is, as I read in,
Senator White, carry on.
thank you, Madam President. This is, as I read in the local newspaper, a $376 million project. Why is there such secrecy clouding this project? We all want to get behind a deal that is in the best interest of Bermuda, to have a new buyer acquire the hotel and property and redevelop it. All I am asking for is the same strong governance and transparency to be exhibited by government in the public sector that I am used to seeing in the private sector. So to be clear, I'm in principle supportive of the hotel being acquired and redeveloped. I am in principle supportive of concessions being provided to the buyer. However, for the reasons stated, Madam President, I am unable to support this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator John White. Would any other senator care to speak on this bill? Senator Robin Tucker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I will concur with the rest of my Senate colleagues, as they have already indicated that I don't think there's anyone in this room that would actually say that they don't support the redevelopment of the Fairmont Southampton Hotel. I believe that we all understand how vitally important having the hotel back online and fully operating is for Bermuda and for Bermuda's economy. The OBA has certainly done its best to make clear at every point that we support the redevelopment of the hotel. And like everyone else, we want the hotel to be reopened as quickly as possible so that we can do the important things like increasing the island's inventory of available hotel guest accommodations and attracting visitors back to our shores. We want to welcome the return of large group businesses and celebrate the Bermudians who will be fortunate enough to be able to work at the hotel. All of these initiatives, Madam President, have related effects that will see others in social and transport services, restaurant workers, and other service workers also benefit. So it's mutually beneficial to all of us to get this hotel reopened. The reopening of the Fairmont Southampton will not only provide some welcome relief for construction and the hotel workers themselves, but the reopening of the hotel is expected to bring added benefits as well. So, for example, benefit of the airport arrivals stemming from overseas increases in airlift, which we heard earlier. This is expected to bring nothing but positive returns for our economy, and as more visitors results in increased usage of our services. This will be a welcome addition since we know that between 2016 and 2019, the Fairmont Southampton guests represented 12% of Skyport's total passenger traffic. And I think the junior minister spoke to that already. So, Madam President, I believe that this bill is a step in the right direction to help Bermuda realize the reopening of a treasured hotel and to put our people to work. But will the bill enable what the government has promised? Will it provide maximum protection to appropriately mitigate the risk as was spoken of in another place? We know that the passing of this bill will enable the investors to do what they are in business to do, which is to make money while restoring an always profitable and beloved Bermuda hotel. Madam President, it is not lost on me that there are a lot of people that want to see this bill succeed. However, Madam President, we have a bill before us that is scant on details. Where is the information and data needed to support the decision-making in support of extending concessions beyond those that are set out in the Tourism Investment Act 2017? What are the projected financial statements for the next 5 years? Simple question. Without key metrics and other data in support of the decisions made by the government to proceed with tabling this bill, how can we be sure that the decision to support it will be a good one in the future and that it will benefit all Bermudians, not just in the short term, but in the long run? Madam President, as I indicated, this redevelopment project is important. But equally important is the need to ensure that the Bermudian, and I will call the Bermudian I'm talking about Joe Public, that Joe Public's interests are also protected. The government has expanded concessions in this bill by an additional 5 years beyond the Tourism Investment Act. But the same conditions as set out in the Act, in the 2017 Act, particularly as it relates to staff considerations, remain unchanged. It will be good for us to understand who was actually in the room negotiating the terms and conditions with GEMCOM for the deal. If there were no industry stakeholders, credible deal makers and experienced financiers on the government side, then the government was at a disadvantage and couldn't possibly negotiate a favorable agreement on all sides. I would have liked to have seen evidence in the bill of the government having successfully negotiated and included some additional incentives that more earnestly demonstrate the hotel's commitment to hire, train, and retain Bermudians. After all, this is such a critical area that is needed in Bermuda. We need to have more Bermudians interested in working in the hospitality industry, and not just in entry-level type positions, but in decision-making positions of leadership. Bermuda has a lot of talent, and much of it has left the industry and the country, and many younger people are not interested in pursuing a career in hospitality. So why wouldn't the government use every opportunity to gain benefits for the people by including avenues for opportunity beyond simply evidencing training initiatives that are necessary? This would have been an added benefit. I have not had the opportunity to visit the St. Regis Hotel in St. George's, but I have been told by several people who have been there that the majority of the frontline positions where staff interact directly with guests are staffed by non-Bermudians. Non-Bermudian bartenders is a sure sign that hiring practices have failed in attracting locals to recognize jobs in the hotel that have been
Madam President, point of information.
What is your point of information, Senator
All,
Darrow?
all bartenders are Bermudian, as that's a closed category. Thank you.
Thank you. Carry on, Senator Robin Tucker.
Thank you, Madam President. My point is this, that I've worked in hospitality in HR, so I fully understand how difficult it is, what the challenges are in terms of getting our Bermudians back and engaged and working in the hospitality industry. And this would have been a great opportunity to be able to add an incentive that would have encouraged that opportunity for our Bermudians. So the question, Madam President, is how can we beef up this legislation to safeguard in the first 5 years of operation local recruitment? Madam President, the hospitality industry can provide growth and development for people who wish to make it a career. But there are many who left the industry because of long pay, long hours, lack of mobility, and other related reasons. And the government is very much aware of the challenges around getting Bermudians to work in the industry. So why hasn't there been any added effort to step beyond the norm in this bill and negotiate incentives to ensure that the hotel not just hires Bermudians in all positions, but trains them, develops them for the potential that we see in Bermuda's ability to more fully engage in the industry that we dominated. We have the talent and the skill. This would have been a great opportunity to annex those two things. Madam President, why hasn't the government used this opportunity to offer extended periods on concession to tie in added benefits for the people? Surely we are intending to give more. If we are intending to give more, we should be looking to get more, and especially get more for our people. What could those added benefits be? As an example, giving Bermudian entertainers, giving them priority for hire, maybe extending housing larger than a dorm that can include a family that will attract Bermudians. Yes, these proposals might sound a bit outlandish, but that is the recognized starting point when negotiating for our people, especially when competing with the likes of the international business market. Madam President, my hope is that the government is not so desperate to get a deal done that they will be prepared to do whatever it takes to do it, even if it means getting short-lived gains that could end up costing the country significantly in the future. The alarm has already been sounded by the former finance minister, who is held in high esteem for his financial expertise, that there are concerns about this bill. So again, I ask, what information do we have to counterbalance his warning? Or should we just ignore that fact? Madam President, the government has been selective about the information they will share. The obvious has been shared. Refurbishments will require construction companies and construction workers will have more money. More jobs. Jobs will be available when the hotel reopens. But what information do we have that the small and mid-sized Bermudian the Bermudian construction companies and workers will get an equal share of the pie? We have been told that this project will result in around 650 construction jobs. But what information do we have that the vast majority of those construction jobs, or even the roughly 800 hotel job opportunities, will go directly to Bermudians? Madam President, I am very aware that this bill is only really supposed to be about concessions. And that is the primary issue at hand. And that's what we must consider. But we nor the public has had the full explanation as to why we must award concessions beyond what has already been established, and we ought to know. Madam President, one reason given in February 2020 in support of extended tax concessions is that it gives other countries a competitive advantage over us as they grant concessions for longer periods. And if that's the case, I know my Senate colleagues have already spoken on one aspect of that, but Madam President, I would say, if that is the case, how do we explain the successful investments in the St. Regis, in Aurora, and other properties that have not had concessions granted them for extended periods? While the concessions offered in this bill mirror the Tourism Investment Act 2017, they differ on the extended periods of granting the concessions to 15 years rather than 10 years and leaves many unanswered questions. For example, why is it necessary to offer the added 5 years of incentives when other properties have not? And will granting this extended period become the norm and perhaps grandfathered for other properties? Is there a commitment to ensuring that a percentage of Bermudian staff will be hired at the hotel between years 1 and 5? What is the percentage and in what capacities? What percentage of the 800 hotel positions will be eligible for work permit holders? How many Bermudian contracting companies will be fully engaged for this construction project, and how many work permits will be required for the project? What percentage of the 650 or so construction jobs will be held by work permit holders? These are all questions that I have when I'm reading this. So, Madam President, I understand that as the government espouses, we will continue to lose money if the hotel remains closed. But does this consideration outweigh the need for demanding transparency from the government so we and the public can fully understand why there is a need to provide extended concessions that go beyond what the Tourism Investment Act 2017 already provides? These concessions will see the investors yield millions of dollars in tax benefit, but taxes will still have to be paid by others, including the workers themselves. Shouldn't we all have at least sufficient information and transparency to understand and make an informed decision about why the country should agree to doing this, Madam President? We all want to see the Fairmont Southampton Hotel reopened, redeveloped, and re-engaged. So we need the transparency and we need the information to be able to make an informed decision. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Robin Tucker. Would any other senator care to speak at this time? Senator Ben Smith, you have the floor. I didn't see you.
Good afternoon, Madam President. Madam President, we'd like to start off right from the beginning, making sure that everybody is fully understanding that we support the redevelopment and reopening of the Fairmont Southampton Princess. I can speak personally of living on the border of the Princess property for my entire life, being around the hotel for my entire life as my father was working at the hotel and in the hospitality industry when things were booming significantly more in tourism in Bermuda than they are today. So, Madam President, when you say that it's critical and it's of national importance, I am in agreement with that. But, Madam President, because it's critical and because it's important to our country, we have to make sure that we do the right thing. And the part that's interesting to me with this, Senator White pointed out the good governance point. We've also heard the word transparency, because the lack of information, the lack of being open about what is going to happen with the project is something that in the Senate chamber, we should be looking for that information so that we are making sure that our decisions are based off of the data that is available to us. So we are doing what is in the best interest of the country based off of a sound decision from the facts that we have. And that would be on any project and any bill that comes before us. But Madam President, there's a couple of red flags that pop up on this specific deal. The first one being that when the former Minister of Finance discussed the letter of intent that was lapsed, that the junior minister pointed out that it no longer is in effect. But what he pointed out was that there were some targets that were put on it that were not met by the developer, which is the reason why he was not comfortable with moving forward, because they couldn't meet the targets. That's a red flag. You also had the developer close down the hotel. And then redundancy had to be paid to the workers of the hotel, and the developer couldn't pay the redundancy. Another red flag. To me, this would have meant that we should have had more scrutiny than normal. But instead, we received less information. Lots of questions have been asked by the independent senators and the opposition senators. We've received some information. But Madam President, a lot of the information that the opposition has received have come from the developers, not from the government. The reason why we were asking the questions from the government is because the bill that's in front of us is giving away, when you say concessions, you're giving away revenue that would be coming into the government. Everybody in Bermuda quickly can tell that Bermuda is not in a great place financially. You just drive on our roads. You see the level of crime. You see the reduction in what we're able to afford to support. And the government is able to support all the agencies that are needed to make our country function. They've had to cut back because they don't have the amount of revenue. So when you are making a decision as important as giving revenue away to a company that has shown our population a couple of very visible red flags. Remember, they bought a property that was making money. We've been told last week that this facility has made money every year of its existence. So when they closed down, it meant that those redundancies moved the collective bargaining agreement off the table that had been in place to protect the workers that were working at Southampton Princess. So now they get to come with a brand new piece of paper. So those people that were pushed out on the outside have to come back under the new terms that have been decided by about 35 workers, not the 800 that were there before the hotel closed. Madam President, people in business will understand the word leverage. To me, Bermuda was in a position of significant leverage with this developer. They bought the property. Remember, this is a developing company. They bought the property because they felt that they could turn it into something that would make a profit and potentially sell it off at a later date. That's the business that they're in. A private business. But the government of Bermuda, with the taxpayers' money, had to bail them out. But that puts Bermuda in the position of leverage to say, we need to make sure that the deal we're getting will be the best. And Madam President, the only information that we know is that the person that was sitting at the table at the time in the negotiation said that something changed and it made him uncomfortable and he walked away. That's where we are. And now we've moved forward and we've changed the terms. Instead of us getting a better deal, we've moved from 10 years to 15 years. That not only will impact this deal, but it will impact the deals that come behind it. How did we move from the position of power to the position of weakness? Dealing with a developer that is going to make money. And I know that it's been brought up that we're not supposed to be talking about condos, but let's be honest, to our population, those condos are going to make this developer a lot of money. And the SDO that was brought up in the statement is about that condo development. So when we ask questions about whether the concessions that we are giving to a private entity that is making money, that has already shown red flags, we want to know whether that extends into these other properties. Because, Madam President, the information that we received from the developers says that the hotel will be at break even after year 2 of being open. Year 2, Madam President. Why are we giving away the farm when it looks like this private entity is going to be in good footing almost immediately? And Madam President, the government has done a really good job of telling the population of Bermuda, this is about jobs. Because everybody in Bermuda knows that we have a portion of our population that is suffering a lot. They are out of work, and a large portion is because of what has happened under the pandemic and the changes that have happened in hospitality. But everybody here also knows the flip side of that is that a lot of hospitality jobs don't pay well, the hours are long, and a lot of our people don't actually want to participate in it. That's the reality of it.
Point of information, we can't assume that persons, our Bermudian people, wouldn't want a job in hospitality in any of the areas.
Senator Ariana Hudson, you needed to have my permission to speak, but your point of information is taken.
Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Ben Smith, carry on.
But Madam President, my statement when it comes to the people of Bermuda and hospitality jobs is not just based off of me
Point
saying
of
that
order,
off the
Madam
top of my
President.
head.
Senator Dill,
No, it's Senator Simmons.
I beg your pardon, Senator.
My point of
Senator
order, Madam
Simmons,
President,
what's
is
your point
you
of
have
order?
to make money in order to pay back the land, Madam President.
So, Madam President, as I'm moving forward on this, the point that I'm making specifically when it comes to hospitality and the concept that we are creating lots of jobs. The reason why I think it's important that we get the population who's listening to us today and knowing that we are doing this important work today on this bill, a lot of promises are being made. But the promises are being made behind closed doors. They're not out front. They're not in the bill. We don't actually protect anybody in the bill. We just talk about all the stuff that might happen. But I'll tell you what supposedly is going to happen. The construction of this facility, the redevelopment, 52 to 60% of the workers will be work permit holders. 52% to 60% of the workers in the construction redevelopment of this facility will be work permit holders. So when we tell everybody that we're creating a bunch of jobs, we need to put it out there, the real information. What is actually going to happen?
Point of order, Madam President.
Senator Darrow, what is your point of order?
The senator is bringing up statements and numbers and percentages of information that is actually not in this bill. And those is not what this bill is about today, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Darrow. Carry on, Senator Smith.
Madam President, the problem is we've been presented with a vague bill that covers a lot of things. And there's a lot of unknown because of the way it's been presented. The population has been asking questions. Members of this Senate chamber have been asking questions. We have not received answers. So, Madam President, the opposition had no choice. We had to put forward a bunch of amendments to try to protect, because we don't know. We literally are saying, we're hearing that you're going to do things for Bermudians, that you're going to hire Bermudians. And Madam President, the reason I have to put it that way, this isn't about the government. This isn't about the government saying something and then not doing it. This is because we have a track record that potentially these developers have been asked to do things and they haven't done it. That came from the previous Minister of Finance. So we have to make sure that we're giving it the proper scrutiny. Because, Madam President, when the country is in the position that they are economically, we can't afford to make mistakes that give away hundreds of millions of dollars. We just can't do it. And I've heard that exact argument coming from the other side on projects that happened from a previous government. So guess what, Madam President? You learn from mistakes. You don't repeat them. And it's our job in the Senate to make sure that that's not what's happening. We need to make sure that we are having good governance, having transparency, asking the questions, getting the information. But Madam President, if we don't have that ability, because remember, when you move to the 15 years, my colleagues have said it, there are other projects that have happened already that are going to want to move to 15. There are projects that are in the pipeline that are going to want to move to 15. With a shrinking population and an aging population and a shrinking pot of people that you can collect taxes from, and that is where the revenue comes from that pays for all the things that we discuss here. When you are giving it away, and I've heard the argument, if the hotel's closed, we don't collect. But remember, at the same time, the developers that purchased this property, they're suffering too because it's closed. Although they seem to have been able to increase their leverage by closing down. Because then it forced the government to say, we have 800 people that are out of work, and now we have to panic to get them back to work, and now we're going to give you the farm. Once again, that doesn't make me feel warm and fuzzy about the way these guys are manipulating the system. Or
Point of order, Madam President.
Senator Simmons, what is your point of order?
The commitments in the letter of intent were not met because of the pandemic. And, we just can't rewrite history and just make up what we want on the fly, Madam President.
Carry on, Senator.
thank you, Madam
Smith.
President. I think I covered that point when it comes to what the former finance minister said. Madam President, I personally want this hotel to reopen and be vibrant. I have family members that were working at the hotel before it closed down. The history of my family is attached to that hotel. I want that hotel to be vibrant again. That's personal. I believe everybody in this chamber wants the hotel to be redeveloped and reopened. The population of Bermuda wants it. The people that are out of work and potentially will get jobs want it open. But Madam President, just because we are in a situation that we are, doesn't mean that we make mistakes because we're hasting to get it over the line. And that's where we seem to be right now. Let's push it over the line. We'll give little information as possible, and then the details will get worked out later. Just remember, in 15 years, most of us will not be in this chamber any longer. The people that will be dealing with the fallout of this, some of them are not born yet. And the changes that happen going forward, because we move from 10 to 15, it's important that we understand how heavy that decision is. Madam President, we want to revive tourism. This last week in Bermuda with Sail GP showed what it looks like when we start to get things moving again. Last week in the Senate, the junior minister of tourism told us that hotel occupancy was at capacity or going to be at capacity. All of those things would indicate that we should have air arrivals, because that's how people that stay in hotels mostly will get there, unless they came by boat. But it wouldn't be a cruise boat usually, because that's where they're going to live. So there are some indicators that some of those things are going to do better. We have other hotel developers that are interested in either rebuilding or redeveloping. So we need to make sure that the decisions that we make are in the best interests of all of Bermuda, and we're not just putting out sound bites because we say we're going to create jobs, that it gets everybody excited. We say that we're going to have the redevelopment of the Fairmont, that anybody that has been in Bermuda over a period of time is excited to see that facility open up again. But it's our job to make sure that we're doing that with a bill that is not only going to be for the best interests of Bermuda from a financial standpoint, but also going to make sure that we are doing everything we can for the workers of Bermuda, for the people that will be in that construction industry, maybe some of the smaller construction firms that haven't been in the bidding, that have more locals in their staff. We also need to make sure that not only the training at the management level is happening, but training throughout, because you have to start somewhere and you have to give them the foundation that allows a young person to progress through the industry. That is the way that we're going to encourage young people to come back and be part of that industry. They need to know there's upward mobility. They need to know there's going to be training, but the training shouldn't start after the hotel has its soft opening in 2023. The training has to start now, so they're prepared for the jobs that might be available, so that we don't have to just give them to work permit holders. Because presently that's what tourism looks like, mostly in Bermuda. Madam President, for that reason, we cannot support the way it's done now, because it's not doing any of the things I talked about, and no one's addressed the red flags. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Ben Smith, opposition leader in the Senate. Would any other senator care to speak? Senator Michelle Simmons, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, we've heard a lot of dialogue this afternoon, and I'm not going to be very long. But I would like to make a few points which I think are important with regard to this bill. The bill before us, the Fairmont Southampton Hotel Act 2022, has the potential to impact on hundreds of families in Bermuda in a direct way. Also, we know that the reopening of the Fairmont Southampton Hotel will impact greatly on Bermuda's tourism industry. All of us, as has already been said, want the same thing. We want to see this hotel reopened. I support the redevelopment of the Fairmont Southampton. Let there be no doubt about that. And I support this because Fairmont Southampton is vitally important to our tourist industry. As the junior minister mentioned in his brief, guests at Fairmont Southampton accounted for 12% of Skyport's total traffic between 2016 and 2019. Also, 845 people, I think at one point that was the maximum number of people, were employed there, and 70% were Bermudian. Those figures are very important because it gives us a sense of the size of the hotel staff and its composition. We want to see Bermudians get back to work. We want to see Bermudians supporting their families and not depending on financial assistance to get them to a point where they can feel that their families are safe, secure, taken care of, well-fed, clothed, and able to get on with their lives. I will also add that the Fairmont Southampton, I think it's been mentioned already today, is the only hotel on the island that can cater to the large convention groups from overseas, and also even to some of the large local groups that used their services for many years. One group very close to me could only have their events at that hotel. It's also worth noting here how the hotel industry in Bermuda has seen the loss of almost half of the properties that were in the market in 1990. At that point, Madam President, there were 83 active hotels, guest houses, and cottages in operation, with some 4,248 rooms. Let's fast forward to 2016. At that point, we had only 42 properties, that's about half, with 2,334 rooms. And now in 2022, Madam President, there are just 34 hotels, guest houses, and cottages. So that's a huge decline in hotel beds. I think we all understand if there is to be a resurgence in the tourism industry in Bermuda, we must see an increase in hotel beds so that more air visitors can be accommodated. And the knock-on effect is that when the demand for travel to Bermuda increases, airlift will increase. So the two things go hand in hand, as we've heard earlier. Another point, the Fairmont Southampton is the largest hotel and the largest employer of persons in the hospitality industry. It's not just about the hotel beds, it's also about all the services that hotel used to offer. Madam President, we all know that we cannot rely mainly and solely on cruise ship arrivals to boost our tourist numbers, because we know that the financial value to Bermuda of the air visitor is far greater than that of the cruise ship visitor. So for all of those reasons I've just touched on, we need to see the Fairmont Southampton reopened. Now let's look at the bill before us. This bill does follow the format of the Tourism Investment Act of 2017, which we have heard already today. However, the huge difference, the main difference between this bill, i.e. the Fairmont Southampton Bill of 2022, and the Tourism Investment Act of 2017 is the increased period of time during which the developers will be able to benefit from tax concessions. It's no longer 10 years of tax concessions, but tax concessions have been extended in this bill to 15 years. Madam President, altogether, if this bill is passed, it's estimated that 128 million in concessions will be granted in the form of, as we've heard, customs duty relief, hotel occupancy tax, the employer's portion of payroll tax for a period of 15 years. And also, from the 6th year after reopening, the hotel will be exempted from land tax until the end of the 15th anniversary of opening. All these exemptions are being given, I'm happy to say, within the structures established in the Tourism Investment Act 2017. So there are safeguards in place which will protect the Bermudian taxpayers and employees of Fairmont Southampton. So, why are we not simply using the Tourism Investment Act of 2017 as the framework to provide tax concessions for this project? That will still allow the developers 10 years of tax concessions without government giving away an additional 5 years of tax concessions. That's one of the questions I had, and I couldn't get away from it. And I will add, Madam President, I have agonized over this bill. It has been challenging because of the paucity of information provided in the bill. So what are the risks? First of all, Madam President, no deal has been signed between the Bermuda government and the developer of the Fairmont Southampton. Why not? I know that the pandemic intervened, but we are now in 2022, and in a sense, we're being rushed through to the conclusion before we have all the details of what's in the unsigned agreement. We've been told that investors are prepared to put $376 million into the redevelopment of the hotel, but we really have no clear breakdown of where those funds are coming from. For example, the outdated letter of intent, that's the one dated December 11th, 2019, which was provided to all senators, that contains a sources and uses table, which shows the total equity from the purchaser, the senior debt and tax incentive financing based on concessions from the Bermuda government. However, all of that is out of date, and there is no new updated information that has been provided to us because we're told the lawyers on both sides are still at work. So when will there be a signed deal? I will just pause and thank the Minister of Tourism, who's here in the chamber today, for a very helpful meeting that we had on Friday. It did help considerably with understanding some aspects of the negotiations, but there are still unanswered questions. We've been told that in 2019, the redevelopment would have cost $300 million. But now in 2022, taking inflation and the war in Ukraine into consideration, the cost of the project stands at $376 million. Will we continue to see the cost increase if the deal is not signed soon? Madam President, I do have a concern there. Another concern I have is that there are already hotel properties such as the St. Regis, which has been mentioned a few times today, the Lauren, St. George's Club, Rosewood Tuckers Point, and Bermudiana Beach, which have already been granted concessions. So if the government is intending to amend the Tourism Investment Act 2017 to extend tax concessions further, then this will result in even more government revenue being diverted away from social programs and basically to the benefit of developers of these hotels. One thing I will say, Madam President, is I'm very pleased that the government has avoided making some mistakes that others have made in the past. For example, they have ensured that the project is fully funded, so I'm told, and that government is not guaranteeing all the money that's being borrowed for this project. However, government is guaranteeing 75 million of the capital, which is being borrowed. And should there be a problem with financing at any point during the redevelopment, it will mean that the Bermuda government and the Bermuda taxpayers will be liable for repaying $75 million. How will government find these funds when we're already so deep in debt, which in March 2022 stood at $3.1 billion? By contrast, the owners and developers of the hotel have recourse to claim the property and owner equity should there be a problem. So they have recourse. Bermuda government doesn't. So, Madam President, to summarize my remarks, I am in support of the redevelopment of the Fairmont Southampton, but it appears that there are some significant risks associated with this project. And right now, in this moment, I am not comfortable giving this project my support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Michelle Simmons. Would any other senator care to speak? Minister,
Yes, Madam
Please.
President.
you have the floor. Government leader in the Senate.
Yes, thank you, Madam President, and thank you to all of the senators who have spoken this afternoon. And of course, I'm pretty sure there are many, many people listening to this Senate debate today as it relates to this particular bill. I think it's already been said, Madam President, on how important this bill is. What I've heard today is a unanimous, at least in my opinion anyway, if I'm calculating correctly, support for the redevelopment of the hotel. That goes without saying. I was thinking, Madam President, particularly, what happened this morning and some of the things that we have been discussing this afternoon, that this is a very, very significant moment. I think a moment that all of us have been looking for and waiting for. This is the reason why we're here. We think that these moments have incredible impact as relates to the decisions that we're making and how it impacts us as individuals and how it impacts this country. Out of all the time that I spent in the Senate, there have been some very special moments, but some of them that really stand out the most to me are the ones that we had conversations around COVID, because in those moments, we were really doing our very, very best as senators and as people of the legislative to actually save lives. And we may not have always agreed, but we understood that what we were doing in the moment is doing whatever we can to save lives. More so, even now, I feel that this is also a moment that saves lives. This particular project is of particular magnitude and importance, and the likelihood or the eventuality that this particular project doesn't go forth, it will have tremendous impact. As we've already stated, Madam President, that impact is already felt. This particular hotel occupies at least about a quarter of our available hotel beds. And the number of people that it employs and the revenue that it generates for the economy is something that cannot continue to go missing from our landscape. I think it goes without saying that we need to reiterate that the bill that's in front of us is really about making a decision about concessions. I know an individual, Madam President, if you just allow me a little bit of latitude. I think the housing bubble sort of burst in 2006, if anybody remembers. This individual actually bought a piece of property and a house in 2005. They couldn't do it in 2004. They couldn't do it in 2003 and 2002 because their ability to do so, to qualify for a mortgage, was not available. But they were in a position in 2005. However, 2005 also was the height of the market, which meant the conditions in which they were facing themselves as relates to prevailing interest rates and things of that nature, those were the conditions that were in play in 2005, the height of the housing market. They had a choice to make, of course. We could buy a house in 2005, but you couldn't do it in 2004. We couldn't do it in 2003. We couldn't do it in 2001 or 2002. But we can do it today. But in 2005, those conditions are way different than they were a few years ago. We could wait. But if I wait a year, if I wait 18 months, if I wait 2 years, life happens. I may not be in a position to close 2 years from now. So they purchased the house in 2005, met the conditions, and off they go. Raise their family, pay their mortgage. What I'm trying to say, Madam President, is that this, in my opinion, this honorable chamber is not the place in where we negotiate deals with private developers. There is a minister responsible for that. There is a team of professionals who are responsible for that. There are hired hands who are lawyers and others who are experts, and there are many of them on both sides. And what we have today is an opportunity to actually move forward. A deal was not possible at 10 years. If it was, we would already have it, and we won't be having this conversation. A deal was not possible at 11 years, or 12 years, or 13 years, or 14 years. But at 15 years, that key unlocked something that will allow us to move forward. My fear today, and I need it to be communicated as openly and as passionately as possible. If we pass this bill regarding these concessions, then we are well on our way to recovery. a recovery that we desperately need as a country, as an economy, as a tourist destination. There are families who are depending upon this. If we don't, then we risk the potential of losing an opportunity, a golden opportunity for this hotel development. And if we miss that, then perhaps the continuation of all the suffering regarding our economy will continue. Tourism will continue to languish, and our people will continue to suffer. I haven't really been around a long time, but I've at least been made to understand that much may need to be said about 10 years for concessions as it relates to what's currently in the Tourism Investment Act. But it wasn't always 10 years. At some point in time, this chamber and another house passed legislation to change it from what it was to 10 years. Why? Because that was the key that unlocked the deal to allow something to go forward. We are in the same position today. This is not a one-size-fits-all. The market conditions are different. We've had a global pandemic. There's a war going on in Ukraine. Money doesn't hang around just waiting to be used. There is a window of opportunity where the conditions are right to move from no deal to a deal, and that's where we are today, in my layman's understanding. $120 million in tax concessions over 15 years. We made to understand that will yield $1.5 billion in estimated revenue over 15 years. 121 million, you get 15 billion in revenue over 15 years. Yeah, I think these are the considerations that we need to be taking seriously. The standard conditions for these concessions were not sufficient to secure the deal. These private developers, they don't have to build this hotel. They don't have to, but we understand how important to this country this hotel deal is. And this government has not stopped negotiating over the last 2 years and some change. Every day, every week, every month, to get us to this point where we're closer today in having a deal than we've ever had before. So these negotiations have been extensive. And we're asking today, at least some of the questions that I've heard, we're asking things of this bill that this bill doesn't speak to. And that we're not really supposed to be doing that because that information is not really in front of us. But what's in front of us is one, we have an opportunity to move forward with the negotiations with this particular hotel development. What's necessary to make that happen is for concessions to be extended from 10 years to 15 years. And when we consider those things, we have to consider the impact of that decision, of which all of us, I think, we're trying to do. But we also have to understand that we have to move now. I don't think, in my humble opinion, the country can wait much longer. Given the gravity of this particular hotel property development and what it means to our GDP, what it means to tourism, what it means to all of the ancillary industries that are associated with this hotel, we have to pay attention to what we're doing today. And this is an opportunity for us to really make the most of our moment. We've done a very, very good job in moments in the past where we've saved lives. I believe if we support this bill today, we're going to be saving even more lives. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Minister Peets, government leader in the Senate. Would any other senator care to speak on this bill? Senator Simmons, Lindsay Simmons, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, first, I'd like to say I wholeheartedly support this bill. And it actually saddens me today to see so many people that aren't supporting this bill. Madam President, the redevelopment of Southampton Princess is extremely important for Bermuda. This government is keeping our promise and getting the Bermudians back to work. This deal will ensure that Bermudians are able to get jobs in the hospitality industry. This country is waiting for us to deliver. Madam President, with this deal, we will definitely be on the road to economic recovery. Madam President, we are not asking senators to approve the deal of Fairmont Southampton Princess. We are asking the senators to support the bill that is before us today. This bill is on tax concessions. Madam President, we need this bill because without it, we as a community lose. The community as a whole will positively benefit from this bill. More jobs equal more protection for our seniors and help to create a brighter future for our children and the generations to come. More jobs mean that more money is paid into our pension fund. Madam President, this deal will help to create jobs in the construction industry, and this deal will have a trickle-down effect on Bermuda. All sectors of Bermuda will positively be affected by this. For instance, restaurants, wholesale stores, retail, and the list goes on, Madam President. This bill will allow us to fill more beds. Right now, we don't have enough beds in our inventory. Southampton Princess is the largest hotel in Bermuda. Without this deal, it continues to stay empty. Thus, this negatively impacts us all. We need to continue to push forward and to allow this bill to go through. Bermuda is competing with the world around us. This bill will help to attract tourists to our island. Once Southampton Princess is completed. And I heard somebody say the other day, why GenCom? GenCom has a stellar record of getting projects done. This bill will also have a positive impact on our environment because protections will be put in place. Of course, no deal is perfect, but this bill has protections in place to lower the risk. Madam President, the Bermuda Industrial Union supports this bill and GenCom. The BRU took a leading role in not only representing the interests of their workers, but also the future success of the hotel. Madam President, to answer something that Senator Tucker said about Joe Public, it is in our best interest to reopen this hotel for Joe Public. Madam President, the facts are countries make more money when hotels are open and not closed. You have to spend money in order to make money. Southampton Princess was the largest private employer in Bermuda, and it was a huge hit on our economy when they closed. Why would we not pass this bill when we need to reopen this hotel immediately? Madam President, this bill will support early for the country. Madam President, this hotel being open is expected to make over $100 million a year in economic activity in Bermuda. And I heard in another place, why the rush? I don't see it as being a rush. Why wait? Why wait? We can't wait. We need to get more Bermudians back to work. Waiting is putting a further strain on the government and Bermudians as a whole. It affects everyone. And I want to leave you with this, Madam President. A vote against this bill is a vote to continue the MRGs at Skyport, and a vote against this bill is a vote against this bill is for continued gang violence in this country that we cannot afford. Thank you, Madam President. I hope that everyone votes for this bill.
Thank you, Senator Lindsay Simmons. Would any other senator care to speak on this bill? Yes. Senator Reverend Dr. Emily Dill, you have the floor.
Good morning, good afternoon, Madam President. It was with a sense of great anticipation that I reported to the Senate chamber colleagues in the passing of this bill that will help to signal the real resurgence of the tourism and hospitality industry in our country and the continued diversification of the Bermuda economy. I may be telling on myself, but I can recall when the Southampton Princess was first built back in 1972. I was still in elementary school at that time, but I can recall the excitement in the atmosphere as a new era of possibility was ushered in for our island home. My older brother and his friends were amongst the first employees, and it was with great pride, dedication, and genuine commitment that they assumed their respective roles, and they worked assiduously to establish Bermuda as a major player in the tourism industry. Many built careers in the hospitality industry. They worked hard and they were able to raise their families, build or purchase homes, travel and enjoy a relatively good quality of life. As time passed, there were those who did not remain in the hotel industry, but instead they used it as a stepping stone. South P became that place where we could earn money to finance our college educations, earn capital for entrepreneurial pursuits, and or most importantly, develop soft skills that are critical in any successful career path. Hospitality has been the linchpin of the Bermuda economy and has been pivotal in equipping countless individuals with the proficiency to integrate into almost any industry and make a positive impact. And the South P has been the most significant contributor to the success and ongoing development of the tourism industry and beyond. Like most Bermudians, I was deeply saddened to see the hotel close in 2020. And it is with bated breath that we now await its reopening. There have been hundreds of persons left unemployed, and almost on a weekly basis, we are confronted with individuals who are in need and desirous of being able to get back to work. During the onslaught of the COVID-19 pandemic, this community has come together to assist these individuals and families who have been left in need due to having no income, due to the closure of the hotel. But it is time for us as legislators to stop stalling and make the decisions that will allow these persons to regain their dignity and get back to work post haste. The reopening of this hotel is critical to the ongoing success and growth of this community and the continued diversification of our economy. But the reopening of the hotel does not only provide jobs for those 700 plus of its employees, but it also contributes to the Bermuda economy as a whole. Since the closing, we have lost 80,000 visitor arrivals, air arrivals, 112 million in visitor spending, 5 million in hotel occupancy tax, and 3 million in BTA fees. By passing this bill, we can once again be on our way to attracting over 55,000 visitors that come there annually, and stimulating the economy with the hundreds of jobs created in its redevelopment phase through construction and the like. We will also, by passing this bill, we'll be able to increase our airlift. And it will also, by passing this bill, we will be able to broaden the scope of opportunities for entrepreneurs and business owners as we increase our overall tourism product development. One of the challenges that we face in this community is the increase in violence and antisocial behavior. The reopening of this hotel through the passing of this bill has a key role to play in stymieing this trend. We are all aware of the link between unemployment of individuals and the rise in crime and violence. Helping to create jobs and career opportunities for these persons will help to steer them away from the lure of fast money and/or criminal behavior. It is now time for us to move forward. I've heard arguments today from my esteemed colleagues about the loss of revenue by passing this bill. But if this bill is not passed, there will be no revenue. If this bill does not pass, the hotel will not open. The country makes money by passing this bill and reopening the hotel. As someone said, a vote against this bill is a vote against getting our people back to work. A vote against this bill is a vote for continued MRGs to Skyport. A vote against this bill is a vote for an increase in crime and continued gun violence. Madam President and my Senate colleagues, we must move forward with the passing of this bill. The passage of a 15-year concession is a condition for this project to move forward. I will repeat, it is a condition for this project to move forward. And one more time for the Holy Ghost, it is a condition for this project to move forward. Should you decide to vote against this bill's passing and the imminent redevelopment of the hotel, you run the risk of that beautiful hotel standing on that hill in a state of disrepair as a constant reminder of your failure. A constant reminder of your failure to put our people back to work. Your failure to allow the duly elected government of this day to negotiate on our behalf. If you indeed support the reopening of the hotel, you will vote for the passing of this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Reverend Dr. Emily Dill. Would any other senator care to speak on this bill? Hearing none. Oh, you need to catch my attention, Senator Ariana
I
Hudson.
thought we had made contact. I apologize.
Sorry
Madam
about that. No,
President.
I didn't see you raise your hand, but certainly you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, over the past 2 years or so, I have learned a great deal about Bermuda and our government, our opportunities, our limitations, our obligations to each other, and essentially how to make tough decisions. Madam President, with economic recovery well underway, this government recognizes that we must all learn to deal with the new economic landscape that we've now inherited. While many of us are new in this chamber, I believe that we all understand and appreciate that each of us are charged with the duty to act for the benefit of the people we serve, not our own egos or political preferences. Madam President, I often find myself frustrated when I come into this chamber. I find that members can claim to support one bill or another, yet vote against it. We have members claim that they are hopeful that Bermuda will progress and grow and find the successes that we all claim to want, but then they always have the buts. Madam President, as has been stated by, I guess, the other members of my team, if members of this House support the redevelopment of the Fairmont Southampton, they will vote in favor of this bill today. Today, Madam President, each of us get the chance to decide whether we are prepared to act in the best interest of our people, Joe Public, and all the others. The fundamental negotiating position of the Ministry of Finance on behalf of the government of Bermuda is and has been maximum protection to appropriately mitigate risk. And I know we have some risk and finance professionals on the other side of the aisle, and so I expect that they understand that there will always be some element of risk involved, and that no matter how good our risk management systems are, that we simply can't plan for everything. But they should also recognize that these types of risks cannot be addressed by following a standard playbook. And so this government has looked at rewriting this book, Madam President. Madam President, I think we've heard it time and time again, that the PLP government will take a different approach to negotiations, particularly surrounding the redevelopment of Fairmont Southampton. We've argued about a lot of things, but there's no escaping the fact that the One Bermuda Alliance government decided to guarantee 100% of the debt financing for the Morgan's Point project in the absence of full funding, without the necessary and requisite protections that were needed to protect you and I and all taxpayers of this country. As with any responsible government, Madam President, we've made it clear that any government support would require the development to be fully funded. And so I heard one member of the opposition allude to the fact that this might not be the case, but that is our firm position, Madam President. There's been a lot of discussion about the size and the scope of the guarantee or government support for this project. A lot of talk about whether or not there was an agreement in 2019 and whether or not there was a guarantee as part of that agreement to purchase the hotel. The long of the short, Madam President, is that that letter of intent expired. But while that letter of intent expired, the developers continued to work. And they continued to work until they put together a package that would complete the reopening of the hotel. When the project was brought back to the government, the developers had expanded the scope to add more amenities, such as a pool, additional meeting spaces, and other elements that would make this hotel a truly iconic property and enhance the tourism product that we have here in Bermuda. Madam President, we can all agree that no deal is perfect. In fact, I even discussed the Southampton bill with my daughter, who stated that, or from her 7-year-old perspective, understood that sometimes we don't all get what we want. In his comments in another house, our Minister of Finance communicated that there were 3 options, or actually 4 options, that were before the government of Bermuda. The first option looked at demanding that the developers would downsize to remove the additional amenities that would better serve our tourism product. The second option looked at having the developers put additional equity into the project. The third option was around enhancing the government's credit support to ensure that this redevelopment took place and that the hotel will reopen. And the fourth option, Madam President, was to allow the hotel up on the hill to sit as a monument to Bermuda's failed tourism attempts. Again, Madam President, I'm concerned because it appears that the opposition senators would have preferred the latter. Although I'm not a risk professional, Madam President, I do understand that an increase in the size and scope of a project would mean increased costs and in turn, and likely increase in the size of a guarantee. And I am one of those persons that understand this. I would assume that my colleagues across the aisle also understand this, but for one reason or another, they're having trouble getting beyond their egos or political preferences or whatever it is that drives their disinterest in supporting this bill. There are always comments about whether or not this government is doing enough to support Bermudians, to prepare them, to get them back to work. And the short answer is yes. The Department of Workforce Development is actively engaged with the hospitality industry as a whole, and we recognize that there is a need to develop training and interest in the industry. The department has been participating in joint meetings with the BTA, with the hoteliers, the Ministry of Economy and Labor, as well as the Department of Education. And we are looking to expand opportunities to discuss training and to attract persons to choose hospitality as a career. We are also currently engaged with the Learn to Earn program that prepares persons to work as servers in the industry. And we can't forget, that the Bermuda College also has a robust hospitality program. Madam President, we all claim to want the best deal for Bermuda. But what I want is in line with the government's mission. The redevelopment of the Fairmont Southampton Hotel requires the support of a government guarantee. That guarantee, as has been communicated, is proposed to be for a maximum of $75 million, which represents 21% of the revised cost of the total capitalization of the project, which is now estimated to be $376 million. While this percentage is higher than the numbers noted in the 2019 agreement, this limited exposure on behalf of the government is in direct contrast to the actions and decisions of the OBA government. Madam President, in rewriting the book, this guarantee will see that the $75 million loan to the developers and the repayment of the loan will actually be financed by the taxes collected through the operation of the hotel. For our finance experts across the aisle, this means that we've created a structure that will ensure that all parties do everything possible to finish the redevelopment and open the hotel for operations. While taxes will be collected in the usual way, they will actually be used for the repayment of the guaranteed loan. Madam President, while I've heard many persons allude to the work of one person or one minister, we must remember that getting to this point has been the result of considerable time invested in negotiations to achieve the best deal for the people of Bermuda. As a government, we continue to learn from the past, and you can bet that we will ensure that there are appropriate protections in place when we move this bill forward. Madam President, this bill is just another step to move us closer to the financing, to close the financing for this project, as it is part of a framework that will facilitate the renovation and upgrading of a hotel property that is a pillar of Bermuda's tourism product. The development plans for this property will create a luxury resort with first-class amenities, aim to increase Bermuda's attractiveness as a tourism destination, and play a critical role in the rebranding of our tourism product. And I'm sure that many persons in this room and members of the public would look forward to the reopening of such an amazing hotel. Madam President, again, there are questions about why GenCom. First and foremost, GenCom is the owner. This government is looking to partner with a developer with significant experience in the tourism industry. A developer who has successfully built and operated hotels in key tourist destinations across the world. In fact, GenCom has either directly or indirectly completed over $7 billion of real estate transactions, which includes the Rosewood Bermuda at Tucker's Point. And none of us can deny the product that is offered down at Rosewood Bermuda.
Thank you.
I can't speak to the red flags that Ben Smith speaks of, but I see a developer with expertise. These developers understand what is necessary to make a hotel work. They're intimately familiar with the needs and desires of their customers and the Bermuda market. And to be completely honest, Madam President, these developers seem to believe in Bermuda more than members of the opposition. Madam President, as noted earlier, it has taken considerable time to negotiate a deal, and we've all seen this. However, we recognize that there is a risk to the government that this guarantee could be called. We understand that the government would have to find the funds to either buy out the other lenders and complete the renovation work, or look at other options to complete the project. However, the critical factor here, unlike the situation with Morgan's Point, is that this property already exists, and that in the worst case scenario, we could actually scale back this project and still provide benefits to the people of Bermuda. And of course, this is worst case scenario, Madam President. Madam President, my colleagues have laid out the statistics that speak to the current state of tourism, and I'm sure that most of us have had a look at the executive summary released by the Bermuda Tourism Authority. And so we know the numbers, we see the shortfalls, and we know what needs to be done. If there is no hotel operating, again, there are no taxes. The Royal Gazette actually recently published a story with the headline that drew attention to the obvious, that although visit arrivals had increased, that the numbers were lagging behind pre-pandemic levels, Madam President. And we have to do all that we can to support the growth that we are seeing in arrivals. Madam President, it is crystal clear that we earn more money while this hotel is open. If it remains closed, we earn nothing. So to be clear, Madam President, this bill will ensure that this government earns money, that our country earns money, that we don't lose money. Madam President, if this hotel is not redeveloped, as has been stated by numerous persons, the impact is significant and severe. We can forget about hundreds of jobs in construction. We can forget about the opportunities for hundreds of Bermudians with experience in our hospitality sector.
Senator DeCuto.
Madam President, I have a point of information. I believe may I proceed?
Yes, you may.
The senator stated that this bill is passed, the government will earn money. But in fact, we know, in fact, the point of this bill is that the government will not receive monies for 15 years. So eventually we will earn money, but certainly not for many years. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeCuto. Senator Hudson, you can continue when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam President. As I was confirming, if we decide to vote against this bill today, we are saying forget you to all of those persons who have waited for the day that the Fairmont Southampton would reopen, to all of the young persons who are hoping for an opportunity in hospitality. We can forget about an improved tourism product. We can ignore our taxi drivers, our restaurants, our retailers, and all of the creatives and entrepreneurs who rely in large part on the cash injections from visitor spending. And so Madam President, I think that we need to take some time to think about our actions and what our vote represents to the people of Bermuda. One thing we won't be able to forget is that even if we kept the hotel closed up on the hill, we would still have to pay Skyport the minimum revenue guarantee, which has cost taxpayers more than the 40+ million we have already had to pay. If the hotel is redeveloped, then we can see some benefits, Madam President. We can see government collect revenue from employee payroll tax. We can see government collect customs duty on items. We will see the Bermuda Tourism Authority getting more money from the visitors' fees and enhancing the marketing efforts that they are managing for our island. I and you will see our fellow Bermudian businesses benefit from increased visitors. And most importantly, this government will no longer have to pay exorbitant amounts of money to Skyport or financial assistance for those who are able to find employment at the hotel. There's no denying that the success of this project, while it may come with risk, will put the country in a better financial and economic position. It's very simple. You can either support the reopening of the hotel or you can't. If you do support the reopening, you'll support and vote in favor of the bill today. I know that there are persons in this room and outside of this room who see no problem with waiting around. My challenge is that these persons aren't representing what our people want. I know that my peers and my colleagues, that our constituents, they want these jobs, they want these opportunities, and they believe that Bermuda can see the successes that other jurisdictions are seeing. Madam President, we constantly revisit the idea of whether or not the work we do matters. And I want to remind us all that the work we do does matter, that the decisions we make affect each of us in this room, our children, our fellow Bermudians. There's a popular Chinese proverb that says that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. And put simply, Madam President, this means that we've got to move and that we have to move quickly. If we want success, if we want growth, if we want development opportunities for other properties across our island, Madam President, we've got to move. And so in closing, I want to thank the teams within the Cabinet Office and the Ministry of Finance, as well as the team over at the Bermuda Tourism Authority, the leadership of the BIU, my colleagues and other stakeholders for their tireless efforts to get us to this point. While there is still more work to be done, I am hopeful that this chamber will collectively vote to move beyond the pandemic and onto the path of economic recovery. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Ariana Hudson. I think everyone has spoken, and it's now for me to say a few words. I have listened to each and every one of the senators in this room today, and I appreciate everything that you have said and the positions that you have taken. I will say that, in my own family, quite a number of members of my family have worked in the hotel industry, and it's been dear. It's provided us, and I think if I just call the name Toby Dillers, you will know that he is one person that if you just call his name, everybody knows he started from way down below and worked his way up to be able to be in New York. And I reflect on him, and just recently talking to his son and daughter, it reminded me so much of our conversation, both here in Bermuda and overseas. He was like a brother to me. He was a cousin, but he was like a brother. And we always talked about his work in the hotel industry. And my own brothers, and I'm sure each of you can call on family members who have made a tremendous success in the tourism business. While I do have concern, and I do also want to say that I did attend Warwick Camp and listened to the presentation there, and I talked to a number of people afterwards. They were very, very, very concerned about what is going to happen with this hotel. I am approached by the taxi drivers on Front Street. They know me by name, and they stop me every time I go to the HSBC Bank in Hamilton on Front Street. And they want to know, what am I doing? What is happening? So it doesn't matter what we discuss here. And I'm sure many of you have the same approaches from people in the community who are asking you questions about the bills that come before us. I will say this, that when I reflect on the letter of intent that was signed off by the former finance minister, the change between that and now is that we haven't seen a letter of intent, but he did support the development of the Southampton Hotel. And I will say that while I have questions, I must put my faith in the representation that this bill has been prepared by all the people who have been involved in it. I do have concerns about 15 years of concessions. Don't get me wrong. I certainly do have concerns about it. But I would like to see the hotel open. I do not want to see a delay in that. And that's my own position. And I will take whatever I have to take with regard to the decision that I make. But I am in support of this bill this afternoon. Certainly coming into today, I was not sure. I've been wrestling with it. I will let you know that. And there are some unanswered questions, but I'm a woman of faith, and I have faith in the process, and I have faith that this bill will provide for Bermuda what we need at this time. And so those are my comments. And as each one of you have made your comments, I own my comments. So it's now over to you, Senator Owen Darrell, to make your final comments.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for your comments a moment ago. Madam President, as I conclude with comments after we've sat here for a few hours, listening to the debate on this particular bill, Madam President, I cannot help but to be a little frustrated, a little emotional, Madam President, that, and by some of the comments by some of the other senators, especially opposition senators, on their presentation on this bill. One thing that you often hear when you come to this place is that individuals would like open information, and members would like further collaboration. And you'll recall, Madam President, that a couple of weeks ago, I gave a passionate speech on another debate where I talked about, does Senate matter? And I was reminded that what we do in this chamber does matter. Again today, Madam President. And that's because at about 10:30, when we decided to recess until 1 p.m., my phone was flooded with messages of individuals who have direct connections to the hotel industry, individuals that are hanging on by a thread, waiting for jobs, wondering, well, did it pass? I can't hear anything. Why am I listening to gospel music instead of the debate on this Fairmont Southampton bill? I just want to take a moment to explain to those individuals who are almost without hope one of the reasons why we had to delay today. Senator DeCuto started his presentation by saying, stepping into the unknown. Madam President, at 9:49 a.m. this morning, after a request from my Senate colleague, my Senate leader, to know if there were going to be any possible amendments to this particular bill. At 9:49 a.m., messages were received by the government senators of a list of unconstitutional possible amendments to this bill. Talk about stepping into the unknown. Talking about playing politics to delay a bill of national importance. That doesn't really seem like an act of collaboration, an act of giving information in a timely fashion. And Madam President, while the One Bermuda Alliance sat back in another place with their 5 members, because you recall that one recused himself because he had a connection to the owners that are referenced in this bill. Those 5 members in another place, where members of that place are elected members of office by the people of Bermuda. They sat in that place almost 2 weeks ago. They relatively remained silent and allowed this bill in another place to pass unanimously, Madam President. And over the days that went after that, the One Bermuda Alliance seemed to be asleep at the wheel. We heard nothing from them. But suddenly, shockingly, at 9:49 this morning, Madam President, the One Bermuda Alliance seemed to have found their voice.
Sorry, Senator DeCuto,
Point of
you have a
information.
point of order.
Point of information, Madam.
Sorry, a point of information.
I believe the Senate has stated that nothing was heard from us. I know that Senator Smith, for example, had repeatedly asked for information that had not been provided until the last minute. And if any amendments that we proposed were delayed, it is unfortunate we had to account for information that was supplied at what I would term the last possible moment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator DeCuto. Carry on, Senator Darrell.
Again, thank you, Madam President. Rather than the elected members of the One Bermuda Alliance contributing to a debate in another place on behalf of the people that they represent, they decided to send amendments here to a group of appointed senators to represent them. Shockingly, that the individuals that are hanging on by a thread to get back to work at the Fairmont, Southampton, have to be subjected to political games by the One Bermuda Alliance, when for many of them, workers, potential workers of the Fairmont, Southampton, the passing of this bill is a matter of survival for them. The opposition Senate leader here today made a comment earlier that we must learn from the mistakes of the past so that we do not make those same mistakes again. I must ask, quite frankly, Madam President, is the One Bermuda Alliance finally admitting to the bad deals that they have subjected us to in the past?
Point of order, point of clarification, information, I'm sorry.
Senator Ben Smith.
So when I made that comment, I was referring as a collective, that everybody needs to learn from their mistakes. That would be both parties.
Carry on, Senator Darrow.
This deal, Madam President, is not like the deal that have been done on the One Bermuda Alliance. This government has ensured that the redevelopment of the Fairmont Southampton was fully funded by developers before providing a guarantee, unlike former governments. And I must ask this question, Madam President, today. Will the One Bermuda Alliance like to stand in the way of progress and stop further economic recovery and jobs from the people of Bermuda because of their mistakes? Again, Madam President, it seems as if the One Bermuda Alliance, who were quiet a week and a half ago, wish to simply play politics with this bill. This country cannot afford further delays. And the One Bermuda Alliance don't seem to be concerned with that. I've heard everyone who speak this morning, Madam President, they start with, I support the redevelopment of the Fairmont Southampton. And we've heard a lot of incorrect information. We've heard a lot of fluff from a lot of different places today. But if you support the redevelopment of the Fairmont Southampton, Madam President, you must support the reopening of this hotel, which means you must support this bill. I just want to take this opportunity, Madam President, to speak to some of the questions that were put forth earlier by some earlier speakers. Senator White, only because you made mention of a board that you chair, and I'll put this question to also to the OBA senators that sit here. I cannot understand why there is such a desire for us to negotiate a private bill or a private deal in public. Was the airport deal negotiated in public? I think not. Was the $165 million guarantee for the Morgan's Point Hotel negotiated in public? I think not.
Point of information.
Senator Darrow, there's a point of information from Senator DeCuto. Senator DeCuto, what is your point of information?
Thank you, Madam President. I don't believe anybody has desired that we do the negotiation in public. We only desire that we make our judgment and our decision based on an actual deal that has actually been decided with all the appropriate information required. So I believe the senator is incorrectly stating. Thank you.
Senator Darrow, you can continue.
I don't think it's anywhere on earth, Madam President, where private sector entities are going to come and disclose details on a $376 million deal in the public sector. And I think many boards, and Senator White knows this, would lose their minds if that information was released to the public prior to the full execution. There was a question about why has the terms moved from 10 years to 15 years. And the question to that is, that was necessary for us to get this deal done. the passage of a 15-year concession is a condition for the financing. And quite frankly, Madam President, I have to be frank. If this bill doesn't pass today and we're forced to shelve this bill and come back a year later, I can guarantee you this funding will go and they will take it somewhere else and they'll build a nice fancy hotel, possibly in the Turks and Caicos. The question was asked, why are we rushing? We are rushing because former colleagues of mine who drive taxi, former students of mine who you see on the weekend and they are excited to be getting into the hospitality field. Family members, like you spoke about, Madam President, they can't wait any longer. If we do not pass this bill today, there is a great chance that we have a large building on a hill with beautiful views rotting away for the rest of our lives. And that, Madam President, is a risk that we just simply cannot take. I also heard some speakers make mention of some similarities that they found, or they wanted to compare with concessions that were given to the St. Regis property. And quite frankly, the One Bermuda Alliance gave the St. Regis property 20 years of concessions. And then there were some amendments to the bill that, the St. Regis Resort Act, where they actually removed all provisions for training in Schedule 1. And the argument that they made at the time was that those would be made in the Master Development Agreement. And the reason why the Progressive Labor Party agreed to pass it then is because we wanted to get Bermudians back to work. So, Madam President, I want to thank the senators who spoke in support of this bill today, including yourself. I want to thank my colleagues who understand what putting Bermudians first means. I want to thank my colleagues on behalf of the individuals who haven't been working for 2+ years, who can see hope at the end of the tunnel. I just would like to reiterate, Madam President, that when we do pass this Fairmont Southampton bill, I can assure you that we may walk out of here today and hear a complete sigh of relief from individuals who may not have seen hope before we walked in here. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Darrow. You will now move the second reading.
Madam President, I now move Madam President, I move that the bill entitled the Fairmont Southampton Hotel Act 2022 be now read a second time.
Is there any objection to that motion? No objection. Carry on, Senator Darrow. I'm going to resolve into committee. You move that we resolve.
Madam President, I now move that we resolve into committee of the whole for further consideration of the bill entitled the Fairmont Southampton Hotel Act 2022.
Thank you, Senator Darrow. And before we do that, I have comments to make. Again, good afternoon, Senators. I would like to indicate that the opposition had presented 6 proposed amendments to the Fairmont Southampton Hotel Act 2022, which has caused me to delay the meeting of the Senate for these past few hours. And that's why we met at 1 o'clock instead of 10. On reviewing all 6 amendments and taking legal advice, as well as reviewing the Bermuda Constitution, specifically Section 36(1), which restricts the power of the Senate to make amendments to certain types of bills, which may be considered to be a money or a taxation bill. To my knowledge, the bill has not been certified to be a money bill and is not a taxation bill. However, the provisions of 36(1) in the Constitution can still apply. Therefore, having consulted and taken advice, including legal opinion submitted from the opposition, it is my best determination that the proposed amendment numbers 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 will not be allowed to be considered as they are not permitted under 36(1) of the Constitution. I will therefore allow the proposed amendment number 4 to be considered in committee stage if so moved by the opposition. Senators, that is my ruling on the proposed amendment. Thank you. I will now ask Senator Michelle Simmons to, well, are there any questions? Oh. Sorry, I will ask Senator Michelle Simmons to move us into committee, but I see that you have a point of order or comment, Senator DeCuto.
I had a question, a request for clarification.
What is your question or your
Would you
clarification?
consider a new amendments to be made in committee other than those submitted, which could be opined upon at that time?
No, I've made a ruling that one item number 4 can be considered in committee.
Apologies, Madam President. I mean an additional amendment other than those provided in writing ahead. I believe we're allowed to bring them on the floor. Is that correct understanding?
If it is something strict, only if Senator DeCuto, we are obliged to have the information prior to our meeting in the Senate. And if you're having totally new amendments that you want to bring to the committee, only if they're very simple, it should not be anything major to be brought totally new. Because we all need to have advanced information, and I need to clarify that it is in keeping with with the Constitution and with the Constitution governing the Senate's deliberations, as well as our standing orders. If it's something that requires a legal opinion, then I must decline.
I apologize. I just don't understand the details of your decision, which I don't question. I would just appreciate an opportunity. Perhaps you would be able to look at a proposed amendment and apply the same thinking and let us know, and then we could proceed or not.
We need legal. It would have to be written and shared. I mean,
I could provide that. I could write it right now. I have it written.
but then I need a legal opinion on it. If it requires a legal opinion, then I would have to, yeah, we would need to see it first and make that decision. So I am declining that at the moment, and I will ask. Well, can they do it in the committee itself rather than?
Madam President,
That's a decision that could be made in committee.
my apologies, and thank you for your indulgence. Everything that we've been doing today has been unusual and a little
Yes.
complicated.
Yes.
I have major reservations of adding to that circumstance, of which I'm afraid that a second revised amendment on the fly, on your feet, is not appropriate, at least in my opinion, Madam President.
Thank you, Minister Peets.
Th-
Senator Ben Smith, you.
Yes, thank you, Madam
Opposition
President.
leader.
The only issue is that we presented amendments and we didn't, until we got here, know that those amendments were not going to be allowed. So it would not have given us an opportunity to prepare an amendment, provide it to everybody in a different manner, because that opportunity was not available. So the only opportunity for Senator DeCudo to even present that was to ask that question of you now. I understand your position, but I'm just, from a committee standpoint, it would be important that if there was a slight adjustment that was put forward by Senator DeCudo, is that opportunity there? Because at present, we're not even sure why specific amendments were not approved. So we don't know whether his change is accepted or not accepted. Do you understand? Like that's the issue. We could not present it in advance because we did not know until we got to this afternoon.
Yes. Well, that's what I've read out. I've read out that the amendments were not in I will just read this part. This is my best determination that the proposed amendments number 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 will not be allowed to be considered as they are not permitted under 36(1) of the Constitution. And so that was my ruling on those that have been submitted. Now, any additional or
Any proposed amendment would be similar to those would also
not be allowed
not be allowed. So,
under 36(1).
and that's the, you can't be decided on the fly.
Understood, but until you've seen what he's proposing, you don't know whether it's actually under 36(1). Like if it's against it, like that's the problem.
Senator Ben Smith, I had to require a legal opinion. And it would appear to me that anything else that your team or you prepared to present, I would need to have a legal opinion of. And so that's my ruling, and to bring up additional amendments in this area, to me, would require also a legal opinion. And that's the reason for my declining it. So I am asking Senator Michelle Simmons to take the chair and to resolve into committee to review the one amendment, item 4, if you're still intending to proceed with it.
Yes, Madam President, we will proceed.
Thank you very much, Senator Ben Smith. I will now ask Vice President, Senator Michelle Simmons, to take the chair of committee. Thank you all.
Good afternoon, Senators. We are now in Committee of the Whole for further consideration of the bill entitled Fairmont Southampton Hotel Act 2022. I call on the Junior Minister of Tourism, Senator Owen Darrell, who is in charge of this bill, to proceed. Senator Darrell, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, I move that clauses 1 through 7 be approved and stand as part of the bill.
Are there
Clause-
any, is there any objection to that motion? I see Senator Dakuda. Senator Dakuda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have an amendment to clause 4. Oh.
He's allowed to, if it's based on the clauses, then
Senator Darrell, please proceed.
Clause 1 is self-explanatory. Clause 2 sets out definitions used in the bill. The hotel redevelopment is defined as meaning the Fairmont Southampton Hotel redevelopment, including renovation of the guest rooms, restaurants, bars, meeting rooms, spa, pool, beach club, kitchen, laundry, and staff housing as described in the summary of works and site plan submitted to the minister on the 19th of April, 2022. The hotel developer is West End Properties Limited. Clause 3 sets out the customs duty tax concessions granted in respect of redevelopment as follows. 1A, full relief from customs duty for a period of 15 years from commencement of the bill in respect to any building materials, furnishings, fixtures, and equipment which are necessary for the building, furnishing, and equipping of the hotel redevelopment. 2B, full exemption from the hotel occupancy tax otherwise payable in respect to the hotel for a period of 15 years after the hotel's opening date. 3C, full exemption from land tax otherwise payable in respect of the hotel for a period commencing 6 years after the hotel's opening date and ending on the 15th anniversary of the opening date. D, full exemption from the employer's share of the payroll tax otherwise payable in respect to persons employed by the hotel for a period of 15 years after the hotel's opening date. Clause 4 sets out terms and conditions subject to which concessions are granted. The land tax exemption is subject to confirmation that the years 6 through 15, at least 70% of the hotel staff are Bermudian. The payroll tax exemption is subject to the operation of a management training program at the hotel for Bermudians.
Madam Chair.
I believe he hasn't finished.
Clause 5, subsection 1 applies section 7 to 13 of the Tourism Investment Act 2017, application of customs duty relief and duty payable on diversion, offensive penalties, regulations, and guidance, with necessary modifications as those sections apply to a tourism investment order made under that act. Subsection 2 also applies section 6 of the 2017 Act with the necessary modifications to empower the minister with the agreement of the Minister of Finance and following the consideration of any objections made by the hotel developer to make an order modifying or repealing any provision of clause 3 or 4 if there is a breach of any term or condition to which the relief is subject. If false declaration is made to the collector of customs, or if any goods which are imported subject to customs duty relief are used for purposes which do not relate directly to the hotel redevelopment. Such an order is to be made by the minister subject to the negative resolution procedure. Clause 6 clarifies as this bill does not modify the requirements of the Department of Planning Act 1974 as regards obtaining any planning permission necessary for the hotel development. Clause 7 provides for commencement.
Thank you, Senator Darrell. Would any other senator wish to speak to these clauses? Senator Dakudo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question on the definitions in Clause 2. And to see if the senator would like to comment. If the scope of Clause 2, I find the wording a bit vague. If it would include any condos, villas, or resort residents that might be built in the future by the developer. That's a question I would like to know the answer to. That would help me understand what actions I might take next.
Thank you, Senator Dakudo. I'm sure Senator Darrell has heard you and will respond. Is there any, do you want to respond now, or shall I invite other senators to speak?
I'm
Are you clear about the question?
not really clear on the question, but we can proceed with any other questions at this point.
Okay. Would any other senator wish to speak on clauses 1 through 7? Senator Smith or Senator Dakudo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did have a proposed amendment to move for Clause 4, Paragraph 2. And yes, as you know, we are big believers in the hotel providing opportunities for upward mobility and for people.
Senator Dakudo, would you mind speaking up a bit so we can hear you?
Thank you. I took my mask off.
Thank you
Let's
very
see.
much.
In the spirit of providing more opportunities for Bermudians and enabling a larger proportion of the workforce to develop their careers and work experiences, our amendment would be to expand the scope of training programs mentioned in Clause 4.2 to include training programs for all Bermudians working at the hotel. And I believe you have the text in front of me, but if you like, I could perhaps read out the proposed new text.
Would you read the proposed
Yes.
amendment, please? in
To
full?
qualify for the exemption from the employer's share of payroll tax under Section 3(1)D, the minister responsible for workforce development shall, for the relevant period, confirm in writing to the minister annually that training programs, including a management training program, are available for all Bermudians working at the hotel and are in operation at the Fairmont Southampton Hotel. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Darrell? Oh, Senator Dakudo? Would you like to say more about the amendment you're proposing?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And while, of course, we believe management training programs are important and that we hope that many Bermudians will take advantage of them, we know that there are those Bermudians out there who would welcome a chance to advance their skills, whether it be busboys who wish to train to become waiters, waiters who wish to advance to become maitre d's, or perhaps mechanics who wish to manage a department of mechanics or maintenance people, and so on like that. So we would like to ensure that more Bermudians at this hotel would have an opportunity to receive such development. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dakudo. Would any other senator wish to speak to this proposed amendment or any of the 7 clauses that have been moved, clauses 1 through 7? Senator Ben Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just reiterating, the point to this is when we saw that there was going to be training for management, we thought that was important. But a lot of times, if you're working in hospitality, you start at one level and you work your way up. It's important that if we have people that are entry level, we start to give them training so that they can progress to the next level. Who knows? You know, I believe that there are actual stories in Bermuda presently of people that started at that busboy level that ended up in management. So it's important that we look for an opportunity to train our people that are going to be moving into the hospitality so that we can show our young people the upward mobility is available to them as another incentive to get them to go into hospitality. So that's why we believe this is important. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Would any other senator wish to speak? Senator Robin Tucker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also just want to add my comments to what my Senate colleagues have already mentioned. One of the very key reasons as well to expand the training opportunities is that it also encourages and creates a foundation for engagement as well. So I think anyone that has worked in an environment where training has been and developing has been part of what has been available to them where they work, it increases that ability to feel engaged because you feel invested in. So that is one of the things that I think that this particular amendment does. The nature of hospitality, my Senate colleague Smith is absolutely right. You come into the door, no matter what you do, you get some degree of training in the way that that particular organization functions. And so this will give opportunity to be able to build on because this then formalizes the expectation that you don't just come in and get trained for that one particular position, but this formalizes a way so that our Bermudians will have exposure to ongoing training so that we can avoid having, where we can, avoid having people coming into a property and staying in one position and 30 years later, they have nowhere else to go. So this helps with that type of thing. And of course, from the employee side, helps with engagement because they feel like they've been invested in. Growth and development opportunities are always good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Tucker. Any
Madam Chair.
other? Minister Peets, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This government, of course, has been working on this for quite some time, and we've recognized a lot of the issues that are related to this particular clause. As such, the way that the current clause reads, it takes in consideration a couple of things. One, we recognize that this particular bill also runs in tandem with the Tourism Investment Act. So it's not like this bill is out there all by itself. Hotels and these types of properties are, and this particular property for example, is going to be governed by this act, as well as it still comes under the auspices of the Tourism and Investment Act. All hotels provide training. That's never been something that we have been concerned with. What this government has been concerned with is that we have hotels that are providing training for entry-level positions, let's say a busboy, for example. What this particular clause, as it's written, it finally addresses that long-standing issue and problem that hotels, one, are providing initial training for entry-level positions, but has systematically across the board, in many cases, not provided that type of management training, so that individuals find themselves potentially isolated in a position. What this particular clause does, as the government has drafted it, it indicates and requires that management training programs shall be extended to provide training programs for all workers at the hotel, knowing full well that all initial training already happens. So in a large part of me is just a little bit confused about the amendment that is before us, as the current reading of the clause provides all of the protections that our workers in the hotel industry have been asking for and looking for, Madam President.
Chairman. Thank you, Minister Peets.
Madam Chair, thank you. I do apologize.
Point of
No problem.
clarification.
Senator Ben Smith, I see your hand.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I take what the minister just said, but I believe that there are layers that happen before our Bermudian workers reach the management level, and sometimes they don't have the opportunity to move up, and there have been reasons that have been given that we want to make sure are no longer there as an obstacle. As an example, if you are working as a waiter and they bring in somebody from overseas and say that this person is now going to be the one that's in charge of the rest of the waiters, they do that based off of potentially some paperwork that that person has, regardless of whether that actually matches what our Bermudian workers has seen in action. So what we're asking for is to make sure that it's not as simple as we know that this is training that is happening and supposed to happen. Put it in place so that they actually have to put that training in so that that opportunity doesn't get lost on a Bermudian that should be able to move up. This is just another opportunity for us to safeguard the upward mobility of Bermudians in the hospitality industry that we all have heard for an extended period of time have seen obstacles for them to be able to progress. One of the reasons why so many people have left the industry. We're just trying to make sure that we're doing everything we can to encourage them to be there and to make sure that they're protected so that they can be trained to move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Smith. I think I saw Senator DeCudo. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a point of clarification, if I may.
Please proceed.
It's directed towards Minister Peets. I think he mentioned that this hotel would be covered by the Tourism Investment Act. And again, I apologize as being very new to this. I'd like to understand on which basis. So for example, has the developer made an application to the minister for that act to apply, and has that been approved? Or perhaps some other way which I don't grasp, but which I would welcome explanation. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeCudo. Minister Pete?
Yeah, I thank the senator for his question. So I guess in an attempt for clarification, what I'm trying to communicate is that there are other acts that are running in tandem with other acts. And one of those acts that is running in tandem with this particular bill would be the Tourism Investment Act. So when appropriate, any hotel operating such as Fairmont Hotel falls under this particular act, and or perhaps in this instance also the Tourism Investment Act, then there is legislation and support in other legislation trying to achieve the same things. But having said that, Madam President, as this particular clause has been drafted for our consideration today, it recognizes, one, that training is taking place at our hotels, which is necessary for persons who are coming into the hotel. What this particular clause does, it puts a assurance in that those individuals who are coming into hotels, such as the Fairmont Hotel, for example, who are receiving their initial training for whatever entry-level position that they have applied for and have received, are now going to receive management training as well as that, so that they can have some assurance that the hotel in which they're giving their life to is providing them with training opportunities for them to climb that corporate ladder if they so desire.
Thank you, Minister Pete. Senator Darrell?
I'd just like to make a point. It's again, as a point I made earlier, Madam Chair, is that it seems to be that the One Bermuda Alliance is just content on
Point of order.
making political points here today.
Point of
And
order.
Sorry,
can I finish?
there
my
is a point of order.
I don't want to accept it.
Sorry, Senator Darrell. Senator DeCudo, please, what's your point of
Madam
order?
Chair, I don't believe the senator is speaking to the clauses or the specific topics underway at this
Haven't
time.
said
He's
anything
making
yet.
broad political comments, which I don't think are suitable for this point in the committee. Thank you.
Please proceed, Senator Darrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, as I was saying, is that it's actually laughable that the One Bermuda Alliance is trying to talk to the Progressive Labor Party about training. And quite frankly, this amendment that they're trying to make to Clause 4 is unnecessary. And that is because in the Tourism Investment Act, it already speaks to training programs. And hotels already have training programs. It's inconceivable to think that any hotel, especially a brand of this level and of this magnitude, is going to think that they're going to hire anyone without training them. I mean, you can't even, from my days at working at Sinesta, you can't even fold a towel without someone training you as to how to fold that towel.
Point of clarification.
Senator
You-
Darrow, do you yield?
No, I do not. You know, the
continue.
first thing that they do when they hire you at any hotel, and it doesn't need to be put into this bill, it's not necessary, is that they teach you and they train you how they want you to carry their brand. So although this political stunt by the One Bermuda Alliance today sounds good and it sounds cute, and they got out their green pom-poms, it's clearly not necessary. And that is because the safeguards are already there, and what their amendment does is pretty much already mirror what's in the Tourism Investment Act. So the issue that I think they're
Point of
trying to solve
information.
is already.
Do you yield, Senator Darrow?
No, I do not, Madam Chair, at this time. Can I just make my
Continue,
point?
please.
The point that Bermudians are concerned about and are worried about and has been worried about for years is actually on the management training, not regular training. So quite frankly, this political stunt will only delay this bill further, send it back to another place. They will reject it because it's 35 of us up there. Sorry. They'll send it back here and we'll just delay the process even further. So while it is a cute political stunt by the One Bermuda Alliance to amend Clause 4, I quite frankly, Madam Chair, do not think it's necessary because the safeguards are already in place. And just to speak to the point that the Senate leader of the One Bermuda Alliance said, is that the issue that he was actually talking about is an immigration issue. And that's where that has to be addressed. And I go as far as to say that he's actually quoting a former PLP leader. Imagine that. So I quite frankly, Madam Chair, do not feel that the wonderful amendments by the One Bermuda Alliance are actually necessary because training is already done when all hotel properties around the island. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Darrow. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to these 7 clauses? Senator Emily Gale Dill, you have the floor. Or the amendment, sorry.
With regard to the amendment, I'm sitting here and it's deeply grieving me because we are just delaying this process. As we all know, it is covered in the Tourism Investment Act as well as the newly revised collective bargaining agreement.
Point of order.
Senator DeCuto, was that you? What's your point of order?
The senator is misleading. We don't all know that the 2017 Investment Act applies here. And in fact, I have repeatedly asked for clarification, which was not actually provided by either senator. And that is the point. If in fact the 2017 Investment Act did apply, there are many concerns that we have that would be assuaged by protections in the act. So that's why I want to know. And I don't think it's unreasonable to come to this chamber and exercise the mechanics of this chamber to ask these questions. That is the point. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Dill, would you please continue?
Thank you. So I respectfully request that we move forward. The government has gone through great pains to ensure that our people are protected and that there will be opportunities for advancement, that there will be opportunity for honing their gifts in whatever way needs to be done. And right now, I believe that we are straining at a net in terms of the amendment that has been put forward and the arguments that are being raised. And I just wish that this chamber would move forward so that we can get our people back to work and our country on the road to a grand recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Is there anyone else, any other senator who wishes to speak to clauses 1 through 7 and the amendment that's been proposed? I see no hands. Therefore, I will ask Senator Darrell to move the clauses. Do we? Okay, okay. It seems as though we should vote on the amendment first. Shall I read the amendment again for anyone who needs it? Clause 4 of the bill shall be amended as follows. Terms and conditions, 4.1 remains the same. 4.2 reads, to qualify for the exemption from the employer's share of payroll tax under section 3.1D, the minister responsible for workforce development shall, for the relevant period, confirm in writing to the minister annually that training programs, including a management training program, are available for all Bermudians working at the hotel and are in operation at the Fairmont Southampton Hotel. Section 4.3 remains the same. So we'll vote on the amendment. You ready? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. And those not in favor, say nay.
Nay.
Just say nay for now.
Nay.
Nay.
Can we do that one more time? Because I didn't get everyone. If you're in favor of the amendment, say aye. If you're not in favor, say nay. Those in
Madam-
favor?
Madam Chair, would it just be simpler if we just go by name?
I'm saying, we're just trying to be technically correct. Whether she, okay, so is there an objection? There are more than one senator objecting?
Object.
More than one?
Object.
Okay, so then we can vote.
Okay, now we can call names.
Thank you for the clarity, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair, has everyone had an opportunity to speak?
All those who wish to speak.
Okay, understood. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Maybe Senator White hasn't. Senator White, are you
Madam Chair, just-
speaking to the amendment?
To the yea or nay, can I speak to that? Or is that, because I must abstain on this one.
Well, we're going to have
So it's going,
Of the-
okay, I'm sorry.
roll
Yeah,
call.
so you can abstain on the call, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we are considering the proposed amendment to clause 4. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye, and those opposed will vote nay. And I will now call the names. Senator Smith.
Aye.
Senator Smith, aye. Senator Tucker.
Aye.
Senator Tucker, aye. Senator DeCuto. Aye. Senator DeCuto, aye. Senator Peets.
Nay.
Senator Peets, nay. Senator Darrell.
Nay.
Senator Darrell, nay. Senator Hodgson.
Nay.
Senator Hudson, nay. Senator Lindsay Simmons.
Nay.
Senator Lindsay Simmons, nay. Senator Dill.
Nay.
Senator Dill, nay. Senator White, you abstain?
I'm abstaining.
Okay.
And I can just explain that I'm the chairman and CEO of an insurance company that has an insurance relationship with the Southampton Princess. So I think it'd be inappropriate for me to vote on this one.
Okay, thank you. Senator White will abstain. Now to Madam President. Madam President, nay. Madam Chair.
Nay.
Madam Chair, nay. Okay. Oh, yeah, you said you abstain. Okay.
The amendment to Clause 4 of the bill has been defeated by division by 7 votes to 3. Thank you.
Now, Senator Darrell.
Senator Darrell, would you move the clauses?
Clauses 1 to 7 as printed. Be approved.
Madam Chair, I now move that clauses 1 through 7 be approved as printed.
Are there any objections to that motion? There are no objections. Senator Darrell,
Madam,
you can move the schedule.
Madam Chair, I move that the preamble be approved.
Is there any objection to that motion? I hear none. Senator Darrell,
Madam Chair, I move that the title stand as part of the bill.
is there any objection to that motion? I hear none. Senator Darrell,
Madam Chair, I now move that the bill be adopted by the Senate
as printed.
as printed.
Is there any objection to that motion? I hear none. It has been moved that clauses 1 through 7 be approved. And there were no objections, so that has been agreed to.
We will now go back into the House with the-
Right.
The bill will be adopted by the Senate and we will now come out of committee and go back into
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the Senate for adoption as printed. Is there any objection to that motion? No objection? That is agreed. The bill will be reported to the Senate as printed. Madam President, back to you.
Yeah. Yeah. Senators, we are now back in the Senate and Senator Darrell, you will now do the third reading and the passing of the bill.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the bill entitled the Fairmont Southampton Hotel Act 2022 be now read a third time.
Is there any objection to that motion? Is there any objection to that motion? No objection.
Madam President, I move that the bill do now pass.
Is there any objection to that motion? No objection. The bill is passed. Thank you, Senator Darrell, and thank you all senators. At this stage, I would just like to acknowledge the presence in the chamber of Deputy Premier, Mr. Ruban. Minister Ruban. Welcome, sir. It's been a long afternoon. Let me just now catch myself here, get my order paper here. Oh, God, I mixed it all up with all my papers. That's the problem. Okay. So, senators, now we're on item number 14, motions. There are none. Item number 15, congratulatory and or obituary speeches. Would any senator care to speak on it? Senator John White, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to extend condolences to you and your family on the recent passing of your sister. So on behalf of, I think, of all my Senate colleagues, we wish you and family best. I didn't know your sister, but if she had your DNA, she was a lovely person with a big heart. So our best go to you and
She
your family.
was.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, senators. I do appreciate it, and I appreciate the floral arrangement that was sent to my home. Thank you. Would any other senator care to speak? Senator Michelle Simmons, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to certainly associate myself with those comments from Senator White regarding your sister, Marlene. Also, I'd like to extend condolences to the family of Mr. Padam Nisbet, especially his wife, Dolly, and their children, Deborah and Penny. He is the last sibling of Canon Thomas Nisbet, to whom I also ask that we extend condolences. So Canon Nisbet is now the last in a long line of Nisbets, and we wish him well.
Thank you, Senator Simmons.
In terms of condolences, I would also ask that condolences be extended to the family of Mrs. Marie Rayner, who died recently. Her daughter, her sole daughter, is Janet Smith Bradshaw, and of course her husband, Michael. I've known Mrs. Rayner just about all my life because I grew up here in Hamilton with Janet, and I still have vivid memories of Mrs. Rayner riding her motorcycle and towing Janet on the back for many, many years. She was a wonderful lady, and I know that the family will miss her greatly. So I extend condolences to the family. And also by way of condolences, a former colleague, Mrs. Linda Lee Hill, passed recently, and I ask that we extend condolences to her children and to her extended family. She was a very important and valuable person working in the Department of Education for many years, and her work really supported us, certainly at the senior school level, and I'm sure that she will be greatly missed by her family. And finally, I would like to ask for congratulations to be extended to anyone who had anything to do with bringing SailGP to Bermuda. I know that the Minister of Tourism, who's here in the chamber, was interviewed over the weekend talking about SailGP. And from the vantage point of spectators like myself, it seemed flawlessly executed. Congratulations to
Yes,
all the
no.
teams who participated, and of course, special congratulations to the Australians who are now 3-time winners of SailGP in Bermuda.
Thank
But I also want to highlight the youth component of SailGP because there are a lot of young Bermudians who had the opportunity to participate, and they were so enthusiastic and represented their local sailing clubs well. So job well done to everyone involved with SailGP. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Michelle Simmons. I would just like to apologize to MP Neville Tiro, who was in the foyer. I just, when I acknowledged Minister Walter Rabban, I looked down and just realized that's who you were. Welcome to you, sir. Would any other senator care to speak? Senator Robin Tucker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to start with condolences. And of course, I'd like to join or associate myself is probably the proper word with the condolences expressed to you by Senator White. I would also like to express condolences to the family of Mark and Claudette Simons, who were constituents down in Spanish Crescent, down in Hamilton South. I also would like to have condolences sent to the families of Mr. and Mrs. Mascarenas. They were the couple that unfortunately passed away following the the house explosion in Southampton. I certainly offer condolences to Mr. and Mrs. Mascarenas' families and to the entire Filipino community. On a upward lighter note, I guess, I recently read in the newspaper about a young Bermudian woman who aspired to be an airline pilot for JetBlue. Took her 12 years of hard work, and she has realized her dream of being a airline pilot for JetBlue. Her name is Emily Siggins, and so I just want to offer her congratulations. In my view, that is a huge deal. It's a big deal. Her dedication and hard work certainly paid off for her. Also, I would like to say congratulations, but I'm not quite sure it really fits in this particular circumstance. But I do think this particular individual, it's worth noting the contribution that he is making in the world. And that, I don't know if anyone had seen in the newspaper and read about Jason Rind, who has the sacrifice in terms of his selflessness to leave the safety of Bermuda, to go over to the Ukraine, to help to deliver medical supplies and all of that. I just believe that his contribution is so amazing, and certainly I would like to recognize him. I'm certainly in awe of his willingness to serve mankind, and certainly look forward to his arriving back home safely. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Robin Tucker. Would any other senator care to speak? Senator DeCuto, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I too would like to associate myself with the previous condolences to you. So I'm sorry for your loss. I do have some positive items I'd like to note moving forward. It's been a long day, but I'd like to congratulate the Warwick Workmen's Club. This is their 100th year anniversary. And those of you who are associated with private members clubs, community clubs, sports clubs, understand what a feat that is to keep up the enthusiasm, to keep up the history, to keep up the activity, and to keep them alive for such a long period of time. And I would certainly like to congratulate the members and the executive of that club. I know that they are creating a bit of a renaissance in their community up there. So wishing them congratulations on their 100-year anniversary. For the next two, I have to declare my interest. Trevor Munnis, the Honorable Trevor Munnis, is my cousin. And I would like to congratulate him on being inducted into the Azorian Order of Merit. And I'll spare you all of the details, but it is due to his long history of professional achievements and service to the country of Bermuda, especially those of Portuguese and Azorian descent. in addition to his many years of service at the National Museum of Bermuda. And again, I declare my interest here. It was in fact my cousin Trevor who roped me into joining the National Museum of Bermuda in, say, 2005, 2006. And now I feel lucky to be able to tell you that I am the chairman of the museum. I do want to congratulate the staff and volunteer at the museum. For those of you who don't already know, we are in the process of wrapping up a major capital campaign, and it's been going very successfully thanks to the hard work of that very talented staff and all of the volunteers and board members involved. And I'm especially proud of their work, although I can't take too much credit for it, in really pushing forward the museum's achievements in providing educational resources for educators and professional training, and innovative online programs that rolled out in COVID, and programs that are going on now, which I would encourage you all to check out, such as the Tracing Our Roots program or the Bermuda Family Scrapbook. And I would just conclude that by saying, the vision of the museum is to become the true national museum where everyone in Bermuda can find their story. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Takuta. Would any other senator care to speak? Minister Pete? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, it's, someone else is back there.
Sure.
Senator Dill?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I'd like to associate, of course, my condolences, associate myself with the condolences extended to you, as well as the condolences to the family of Linda Hill, and in particular offering condolences to her daughter, Diamond. I'd also like to offer condolences this afternoon to the family of the late Viola Rogers of Sands Parish and the family of Jean Clark. They were both beautiful ladies who contributed much to this community. I'd also like to offer condolences to the family of Ian Farrow, who is the founder of the Non-Mariners race, but also he is the father to the permanent secretary of the Ministry of National Security, Mr. Chris Farrow. Chris, we certainly extend our condolences at this time. I do have a congratulatory note that I would like to share, and it's to my daughter, Yannick Barclay, who has just completed her first year of medical school at Wake Forest University, where she is on a full tuition scholarship. But she's also just completed her first year as serving as the Dean's Ambassador, which is the highest honor that is extended to an incoming student at Wake Forest. And she's had the opportunity to serve on the admissions committee and work with the dean and faculty at Wake Forest as they select new students and recruit. So I certainly want to congratulate her on the completion of her first year, and trust she has a little vacation before she comes home and gets back to work. Thank you so much, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Dill. Minister Peets? over
Yes,
to you.
thank you, Madam President, and of course, the government senators certainly extend our condolences to you and your family. I'd also like to join in congratulations to all of the organizers at SailGP, like Senator Simmons. It was a real spectacle to watch, and I got a chance to watch it on my birthday, and that was
Oh,
also even more
very
special.
happy returns.
So congratulations to Team Australia. What a wonderful run they're having. But a special recognition, I would imagine, will go to Team Great Britain as well as Team Canada for some outstanding performances on the weekend. But I'd just like to pause just for a moment and offer some congratulatory remarks on a personal note. Within the last hour, Jamarco Sampson, young Bermudian, I refer to him as my other son, and he just graduated today within the last hour from St. Mary's University. So on behalf of the government Senate team and on behalf of the Senate, I'd like to offer congratulations to him for a job well done, to his amazing parents who have dedicated their entire life to the pursuit of their son's education. And today is a wonderful opportunity for them to celebrate. So I'm looking forward to his return back to the island. I've been informed that he's just secured his first full-time job in his field of choice. And what an amazing opportunity for a really, really special young Bermudian. So congratulations, Jamarco.
And we all join you in those congratulations to your son, I'm sure, the entire Senate team. Would any other senator care to speak at this time? Senator Ben Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to be associated with the condolences to you and your family for your loss. I'd also like to give congratulations to Flora Duffy for her third place last week. I know we like to celebrate when she comes first, but we need to encourage her also when she comes third.
Different event.
And also be associated with the congratulations to everyone involved with that Sail GP event, which was spectacular. Not just what was happening in the water, but seeing the amount of energy on Front Street, showing that tourism green shoots happening again. I know everybody that was involved was really excited to see that energy again. So congratulations to that event, and hope that we can continue to build on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ben Smith. Would any other senator care to speak? Was that all? Well, I would just like to then associate myself with the condolences expressed by Senator Michelle Simmons on Janet Bradshaw's mother's passing. Both she and Michael are very good friends of my husband and I, so I certainly join you in that. And also, I would like to associate myself with Senator Robin Tucker, and I'm sure the entire Senate body with in respect to the couple who lost their lives in the explosion. I think that is it was tremendous, and certainly the community it was really suffering. So I associate all of us actually with this. And with that, we'll move on to the final item on our agenda, which is adjournment. Minister Peets, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Madam President, and thank you to all of the senators here, and of course the listening audience who waited all day for a conclusion to our debate today. I request that Senate adjourn until May 25th, which is next week, Wednesday.
Thank you. Would any senator care to speak on the motion to adjourn? Senator DeCuto, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. As you know, I've still got my training wheels on, so I welcome the opportunities to practice. I did not want to do this today. I've been thinking a lot about the process here and some comments, and I know we can't comment on the specifics. I know that, Madam President, you've made some, considered choices, and we certainly respect that. But I have to tell you, to insinuate that, and I'm not speaking about the Madam President, but for other senators to insinuate that any senator who carefully goes off and reads their documentation, reads the Constitution, and in a good faith effort identifies a way that they can bring a positive change to something, to insinuate that they do not have the best intent for the people of Bermuda, I find personally distressing. And the process today I have found personally distressing, because the government senators have seemed to take personal affront at the questions that have been put to them. Guess what? That's my job. It's the opposition. And to not be able to handle and answer those questions and those comments and respond to them with the information that we seek for the people of Bermuda is disturbing. Several direct questions have been asked and not answered, and I can assure you they perhaps could have changed my mind. The whole process going up to this week, this past month, could have been handled incredibly differently. And many remarks were made on that. To feel like if we don't just go along to get along with the government and to insinuate that we're not here to support the people of Bermuda because we question and we push in an effort to uncover the truth and get the best outcome, that's not on. It's frankly disrespectful. I'll probably leave it at that. I do understand that certain key questions were left unanswered purposefully by the government today. And I hope the people of Bermuda will use their own minds to explore those topics. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Dakota. Would any other senator care to speak on the motion to adjourn? Hearing none, and senators, the Senate will stand adjourned until next week, Wednesday, the 25th